Good morning and welcome to day 2 of our 2025 edition of the PISM Strategic Ark conference. For those who didn't have a chance to follow our conference yesterday, my name is Tomasz Zając, and with my colleague Amanda Dziubińska, we will be guiding you through the second and unfortunately last day of our conference. Amanda, what did you get from yesterday's session?
Well, I think one of the most memorable moments came during the keynote of Poland's foreign minister, who strongly asserted that there will be no ceasefire in Ukraine as long as Putin believes he is still winning. However, Russia is gradually exhausting its resources, so time is not on Putin's side. And I think it captured the strategic urgency that underpinned many of the day's discussions. How about you?
Well, what stuck with me the most from yesterday's discussion was this thought that even in the worst-case scenario regarding Ukraine, that is, if Russia wins on the ground, it will most probably have to deal with the Ukrainian guerrilla, which can in turn become something like a second Afghanistan to Russia. But now, let's turn our attention to today's session. I would like to kindly remind you that there will be no breaks between panels and that there is a coffee buffet available in the foyer.
And as always, we encourage you to ask questions, to be engaged, to share insights, and to make connections, of course. This forum exists not only to examine the challenges of our time, but to shape responses to them collectively. So without further ado, let's begin day 2 with a high-level strategic dialogue on NATO's readiness and interoperability, a conversation that couldn't be more timely. And please join me in welcoming
General Karol Dymanowski, Vice Chief of the General Staff of the Polish Armed Forces.
This panel will be moderated by Marcin Terlikowski, Head of Research at the Polish Institute of International Affairs.
But first, as usual, let's see the clip.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning, General. It's a pleasure to begin the second day of the PISM Strategic Ark with such a distinguished guest, with a person who knows everything about the topic of today's session, so NATO readiness and interoperability, which may sound technical, but basically these topics boil down to the answer to a strategy question: are we ready to defend ourselves as the North Atlantic Treaty Organization, as the North Atlantic Alliance? Are we ready to defend ourselves first and foremost against Russia? And General, my first question to you to open this discussion will be precisely about Russia. We are now, it's been now more than 3 years of Russian full-scale invasion of Ukraine. And we have seen that, of course, both Ukraine but also Russia took lessons learned. We have seen from open source, from the internet posts, from the sources which are freely available, that Russia has developed, for instance, a drone warfare, which has not been there 3 years ago. Russia has been able to reconstitute its armed forces capacity, even if using very old legacy systems. They were able to, let's say, innovate on the battlefield so that even these old systems provide the firepower they need to at least sustain the front line, if not advance. We have seen that Russia built quite an effective mobilization system so that the readiness of the frontline units can be rebuilt, even if we saw that the level of training of individual soldiers is very low and far behind, let's say, NATO standards. So Russia took lessons learned. Russia turned its partnerships with China, with DPRK, with Iran, to a vehicle of providing munitions, providing cheap drones, providing also ballistic technology. So Russia is a different foe, a different adversary military-wise than it used to be before it started the invasion. So is NATO ready, from your perspective, to deter Russia of today, a combat-proven, combat-hardened Russia? Is NATO ready to defend against Russia if Russian strategic calculations at some point lead Vladimir Putin to decide that an escalation against NATO would serve best Russian interests? Are we ready?
So first and foremost, thank you very much for having me, for the invitation. As always, it is a great pleasure to be among so many experts and leaders to discuss different aspects of our national, regional, and global security. And answering your question about Russia and are we as the alliance ready to deter and defend, let me start, as every military briefing, with a short threat assessment, right? If we have to defend ourselves, then define the opponent, right? So when we speak about Russia, we shouldn't focus only on the war in Ukraine. In order to respond effectively to Russia, we need to improve our military capabilities, which will cover the entire spectrum of conflict, from full-scale, multi-domain, whole-of-government war, as we can see now in Ukraine, through the regional conflict with limited application of military force, down to hybrid operations, gray zone activities below the threshold of war in cyber and information domain. So we need to develop capabilities, military capabilities, but not only military capabilities, to cover the entire spectrum of conflict. I highlighted not only military capabilities, because Russia has never been one domain and one directional. They have always been multi-domain and multi-directional. So that's why we need to apply, to be effective, a systemic response. So we need not only the armed forces, but the entire government. So it should be a cross-governmental effort to provide deterrence and defense with overlapping military and civilian responsibilities. But scoping down, narrowing down to just to the military instrument of power, then against such a threat environment, such a Russia, we need to, as I said, build up a systemic capabilities, systemic response. And just very briefly alluding to what you said about Russia and very steep learning curve based on the observations and lessons learned from Ukraine. Yes, they have learned a lot, but so we did. I mean, so NATO and Ukraine. So we got a lot of observations and lessons learned from the Ukrainian armed forces. And just to remind you and the whole audience, we established at the beginning of this year JTEC, which is a NATO-Ukraine center, joint analysis, training and education center located in Bydgoszcz. And the main mission of the center is to collect data, collect lessons learned and observations from the conflict in Ukraine, analyze them, and implement it when applicable to NATO doctrines, NATO documents, and NATO tactics, techniques, and procedures. So we have a vehicle, a channel of communication with Ukraine to implement some lessons learned from this conflict. Now, to answer your question, let's start with the simplest military analysis. So we have to compare the potential of our potential versus the potential of the potential enemy. So if you compare the potential of NATO with Russia, there is no comparison. We have greater potential. We have by far better military, human, industrial, technological resources. So on paper, technically, we are much, much better than they. But still, this is on paper. Secondly, of course, a very important element of building up deterrence and defense is defense spending. And again, if you compare defense spending, total defense spending of NATO, it is much, much higher than Russia. Even with the current spending of Russia, which last year was roughly $150 billion, still, only the European part of NATO spends 3 times more. So we are still on the better side. Then, of course, if you would like to be effective in your deterrence and defense, you need kind of framework, a strategy of how to conduct war, how to respond to the threats and challenges. And we have such framework in NATO because a new NATO strategic concept was approved in Vilnius summit. Before that, we implemented new NATO military strategy, and stemming from this strategy is the new concept of deterrence and defense of Euro-Atlantic area, better known as DDA. And this is an extremely important document which shows us, directs us, how to deter and defend Russia in crisis and conflict, and also other military threats. But the main focus is on Russia. And what is more, to operationalize this document, a lot of lower ranks documents have been implemented to change the approach of NATO deterrence and defense. Mainly operational plans, so we have new set of plans, so-called DDA family of plans, which shows how we will deter and defend from the strategic down to tactical level, and namely regional plans, which are extremely important, and this is a completely new approach to planning operations and conduct execution of operations. Then we have new model of forces, how we generate, how we activate, and how we employ forces, extremely important element. Then also we have reconstructed slightly command and control architecture of NATO, which is extremely important to conduct effective operations. Now it is much more agile and adaptable depending on the scale of conflict. And finally, we also repostured our forces. So we have different type of forces in different locations and in different domains, which is extremely important. And we also changed the way we train and exercise our forces. So altogether, we have all package of capabilities of strategic framework to do the operations. We have higher potential, we have higher spendings, but still we are not there. I think there are some deficiencies in NATO, and we are aware of that. First and foremost, we have to maintain our unity and cohesion because this is the center of gravity of NATO. If we maintain this cohesion, then it will be easier to apply all those assets we have at hand, all those military capabilities, and so on and so forth. But still, there are some deficiencies, and I would say this is kind of over-reliance in the NATO on the US. So we have to, as the Europeans, pay more attention, main focus of building up our capabilities, but it should be done, of course, in line or in the framework of NATO. And we still need development of, for example, like air defense, including counter drones capabilities. We still need strategic intelligence, surveillance, and reconnaissance, because this capability is mainly provided by the US. And it is important not only for reconnaissance, but also for targeting purposes. Then, of course, a space capability is extremely important element, which is kind of lacking in some nations of the alliance. And a very important element of deterrence, deep precision strike. And those military capabilities should be coupled with development of logistic and infrastructure to enable and reinforce our forces and maintain, upkeep the tempo and scale of operations. And it also has to be coupled with defense industry capacity, productivity. Because without that, we will not be able to conduct a protracted, long-lasting military conflict against Russia, because Russia has always been about mass, numbers, and heaviness. So apart from technology, we also need mass, numbers, and heaviness. And I will stop here, conscious of time.
Thank you, General. You have outlined the adaptation of NATO, which has taken place over the last 3 years. Indeed, the new operational plans, the NATO force model, so the new logic of let's say, identifying and preparing forces and increasing the readiness of the forces, which will be needed to and earmarked to defend the alliance. But the public debate now, and I'll be frank, since the inauguration of President Donald Trump in January 2025, the public debate is full of, I would say, concern, to use a mild word, about the US role in NATO, which may go down, which may wither very quickly, and leave the alliance, I'm kind of quoting or referring the debate, leave the alliance unprepared. Because the debate is that we have been developing plans and forces and changing the command structure and force structure of NATO with the assumption that, let's say, as regards the role of the US, the things will continue as they used to be, so that there will be the business as usual, and that the US will basically, by default, almost fill in all the capability gaps. Now we have an administration which, as we had also in the discussions here in this conference yesterday, which may make very sudden decisions regarding its force posture in Europe and in other theaters. So how much ready is NATO? How much ready are, in your opinion, European allies to quickly take up the task and fill in these capability gaps? Because for me, it looks like a double challenge. First challenge is to deliver what has been promised as regards defense spending, industrial capacity, developing of capabilities. But the second, let's say, challenge is to do it in the conditions of the US actually withdrawing as we speak, or drawing down its capabilities, which of course may go in a very different way. It may not be as dramatic as the public debate, which or expert public debate, so to say, is portraying. It may be wrong. So what's your take on this?
Thank you very much. Indeed, very topical and timely question. A lot of debates is on the political and, of course, and the lower levels. But my take on that is as follows. First and foremost, it shouldn't be a surprise for us, the strategic pivot of the US in the Pacific region. So it's neither new nor surprising. It has been communicated by the US administration since Obama, at least. So it shouldn't be a surprise. I think also it is fair to request more burden and responsibility from the European allies, because, as I said, answering a previous question, the potential is here in Europe, and it is a huge potential. So we have to use it smartly, and we have to use it effectively. And yes, of course, we should take more burden and responsibility as the Europeans, but with two remarks, with two caveats. First and foremost, still it should be done under the NATO flag, so that there shouldn't be any kind of competition. It should be done in coordination with NATO and in coordination with the biggest and the most important ally, which is still the United States. Even if they reposition their forces in the ground domain, they still will be a provider of critical and decisive capabilities in other domains, some strategic capabilities. So we can't forget about it. That's number one. Number two, the second caveat is, yes, you are right, there is no chance we Europeans can do it very fast. So this shift should be done gradually with a close coordination of the US to make sure that we are not losing, that we are not degrading our deterrence and defense posture. And we will maintain our credibility of the alliance. And I think also that this, if there is a kind of withdrawal of US capabilities, it will not be done without coordination with NATO, because it's not only about alliance, but it is also about US credibility. And as I always remind, that credibility is not a physical phenomenon, so it cannot be measured, but it also cannot be divided. So if US loses credibility here in Europe, it might also use the credibility in other parts of the globe for other allies and for other adversaries. So it has to be very thorough and structured way of reconfiguration of NATO. And I think it has to be done in a close cooperation between US and European allies. And I also think that it's an extremely important part of this transatlantic security is cooperation, institutional cooperation between NATO and European Union, and should be kind of symbiosis. but still the main military aspect, the main defense aspect should be led by NATO, and the European Union should be in a supporting role. They should enable and facilitate and create ecosystem to build up military capabilities, which should be used firstly by NATO. So European Union should be about implementation, should implement some financial and legislative incentives to boost up defense industry, to boost up development of military capabilities. They should also provide some projects to develop infrastructure to enhance mobility of the forces across Europe. And other, I would say, non-purely military aspects, which at the end of the day will create this cross-governmental and cross-European deterrence and defense. And that's how I see it.
General, you mentioned the role of the European Union, and I'm sure that we will be returning to this issue in the Q&A, but I would like to pick up one other issue. You mentioned that that European NATO allies should acknowledge legitimacy of the American expectation that the common burden of defenses in the North Atlantic area should be carried to a large extent by Europeans. And this will be the topic of most likely the topic of the upcoming NATO summit in The Hague. And here, of course, I have to ask you about Poland, because we are the leader now as regards the defense expenditure. We are seen as the leader with regards to armed forces, technical modernization, transformation. So basically building a modern force with new capabilities. It's just been announced, for instance, that we will have new capabilities in space domain. Maybe you can say some words about it too. But what I would like to ask you about is, how do you see the perhaps updated or changed thinking about the role of Polish armed forces in the flank? Because up until, I would say, the invasion of Russia, of Ukraine by Russia, it's been said that Poland should be a kind of a linchpin of NATO in the eastern flank. We should be mostly ready, and that was I understand, the goal of the Polish-American cooperation and the agreements with the let's say infrastructure-related agreements first and foremost, that Poland should be ready to first and foremost enable American deployment, enable American, let's say, support for the allied operation of defense against Russia. Now, with these new capabilities, with this new spending also by our European partners, is there room for Poland to do something in NATO, not to divide or to create some kind of groupings in NATO, but to reinstate and reinforce NATO by Polish leadership in the region perhaps, and by the enabling role of Polish armed forces?
And again, very, very topical and timely question. Yes, of course, Poland is an extremely important element of the whole NATO deterrence and defense architecture. And of course, there is a room for us to be more active and more vocal about some changes that have to be implemented in NATO to improve this deterrence and defense capabilities. And trying to assess and analyze Polish role in NATO and the input we may provide to improve the overall NATO capabilities, I would like to draw your attention on the three aspects which are extremely important whenever we analyze Poland versus NATO, because we are indispensable in some elements, and at least in three of them. First, logistics and infrastructure. So Poland is a crucial for enablement and a reinforcement of any allied operation that will be conducted on the eastern flank of NATO. So will be crucial, and without us it will be almost impossible, or it will be very, very difficult. So number one, logistics and infrastructure. Number two, it is a force projection. So Poland is essential for fast force deployment against the most likely military threats and to the most exposed regions of the alliance. So we will be some kind of hub of dispersing forces into different directions. And finally, just very simple, military potential. We have one of the biggest armed forces in Europe, and by far the biggest along the eastern flank of NATO, so we can provide quality and quantity to the alliance. So it is extremely important. And whatever we do within the alliance to boost up these capabilities, you are right, we shouldn't degrade the center of gravity, so which is the unity. So we have to be very prudent and very careful and very vigilant, and it should be kind of embracing all stakeholders and trying to convince them that some changes should be implemented rather than dividing and destroying the unity and cohesion of the alliance. But trying to analyze this through the kind of nodal analysis, I can say that I can free the three hotspots along the eastern flank of NATO. So that is high north with the Duke Gap, so this Greenland ice on the UK, extremely important element in the defenses plans of NATO. Then we have the Baltic Sea, and then we have the Black Sea. And still, Poland is in the middle of that, and Poland is a nodal element connecting all those geographic areas, and that's why it's extremely important. And if we like to enhance NATO capabilities, we should enhance NATO capabilities to provide deterrence and defense for these three regions I have just described. High North, Baltic Sea, and the Black Sea. So if we are looking for some additional layer of cooperation within NATO, we should enhance cooperation along this axis. So with the Nordic and Baltic states, and of course all the states along the eastern flank of NATO, namely Romania and Turkey. That's extremely important. But of course, the flank will be nothing without the depth, so that's why we need Germany, we need France and other allies, which will provide our depth so necessary while, facing such a grievous threat like Russia.
Thank you, General. I think that the way how you outlined the role of Poland is absolutely fascinating, and it will provide food for thought for many defense analysts like me in the entire alliance and perhaps beyond. Before we move to Q&A from the audience, and I would like to ask the members of audience now to start thinking about the questions, I would like to return to the question which may be interesting to you. I alluded to that in my previous question. So with regards to the armed forces technical modernization, the space capabilities, right? This space has become, some may argue that it has always been an operational domain, but now it's a full-fledged, so to say, operational domain. We have seen the importance of space as regards communication in Ukraine, and of course, using the civilian assets. But we have just learned that Poland is developing a dedicated space capability, so a military one, I understand. Could you, while the audience is thinking of questions, could you perhaps say why Poland needs space assets? Because it may not necessarily come as a natural thing to see Poland developing a space capability.
Thank you very much for the question. Even though I'm not a space cowboy, I will try to answer your question properly. So, of course, it goes without saying that space is indispensable element, indispensable domain for the current military operation. We need space for the intelligence, we need space for targeting, we need space for directing our fires. So it is indispensable. And most of our weapon systems rely on space capabilities. So that's why it's an extremely important element, and most likely it will be one of the most contested area, most contested domain when we face peer adversary, like, for example, Russia. So it is important. Now we can also experience in reality how it is to to work, to operate without space, because it is not a secret information. On a daily basis, there is a huge GPS jamming coming from Russia and Belarus, which really degrade our navigational systems. So now we are learning how to work through jamming and how to understand this environment with satellite signal degraded. So that's an important element and a very practical lesson for us that we have to be very careful. And that is why we are developing our own, our national, our domestic space capabilities. So last year we created a space component. Currently it is directed, it is subordinated directly to the Minister of National Defense, but with time, once it is fully operational, it will be subordinated under the Chief of the General Staff. And we're trying to develop capabilities mainly for the ISR, so intelligence, surveillance, and reconnaissance, because space gives you a range. So you can see, you can smell, you can hear with a long distance with the space capabilities. And as we are developing our deep strike capabilities, for example, JASM extended range missiles with 1,000 kilometers of range, so then we need something to fit into those systems. So that's why space is so important capability. So it can give us symptoms of the other side preparation, so a warning intelligence, and then it can provide a targeting intelligence to provide reach, speed, and accuracy of our systems. So it is indispensable, as I said, is indispensable element in the modern warfare. That is why we're developing these capabilities. For the time being, these are mainly ISR, so intelligence, surveillance, and reconnaissance. With the passage in time, we'll try to develop a little bit more about space situational awareness to understand the current situation in space. And then, of course, we will see what about the kinetic assets. It is yet to be decided, but of course, this is something that has to be analyzed.
And a Polish space forces as a new branch of force, maybe someday?
As I said, we have already established the component, so we are building up. So the project is in the pipeline, so we're building up this capability. Maybe at the end of the day, you will have a space cadets and space cowboys, as I said.
Absolutely fascinating. Okay, thank you, General. Let us now turn to the audience. If there are, I can see a number of hands, but please introduce yourself, because even if I know you, then our audience may not know you. There is a question in the first row and in the fourth row. So maybe with the lady in the first row going first, and then behind.
Anna Donner, the Polish Institute of International Affairs. General, I would like to ask two quick questions about Polish readiness and interoperability. And second one, you just told us about space troops, and I will ask about cyber troops as something which is created, which is probably one of the best which Poland has in NATO. And here comes the question, will cyber troops will be additional armed force? Thank you.
Okay, and immediately question here, and one, we will collect three if you agree.
Okay,
yep.
okay.
And one here in the first row and one there, because the gentleman over there was before you. Please.
Okay, perfect. I will use my privilege of a microphone holder. I'm Aleksandra Wojtowicz. I'm a cyber analyst at PISM. And I also have a question about NATO's cybersecurity capabilities. A few years ago, a huge cyber attack targeted hospitals throughout Europe, including France. I was wondering what changed in NATO and in our own capabilities since that time to improve our integration and coordination, and also to overcome fragmentation. So that is my question, and I'm going to the fourth row.
Please do. And thank you for the question.
Here.
Thank you. Igor Janke, Instytut Wolności and newly established Warsaw Freedom Institute in the US. You mentioned that NATO is stronger than Russia, but on paper. And there is political will or lack of political will very often, and lack of unity. And you've mentioned the role of the northern corridor. Could you elaborate a little bit on the role of the northern dimension in this corridor? How should we now focus on strengthening our cohesion of our capabilities in this region?
Okay, so we have 3 questions, but there will be one more round for questions. We have still time. So 1 or 2 questions which are domain-specific, cyberspace related, and 1 other on the regional role. So tackle it, please, General, in any order you wish.
Okay, thank you very much for the questions, by the way. So let's start from the cyber domain, because I think it's a really typical issue again. It's a new domain which has just been started to implement in the Polish armed forces, but we are very much alive and kicking in this domain. So we have very good cyber component, we have very good cyber warriors, and there is we cannot be, ashamed of those warriors. They're really good, top of the top in NATO. That's the first one. So a little bit, a piece of advertisement.
The second place in the locked shields exercise.
Yes, that is right. Together with the French guys, that was a cohabitation with the French guys. So number 1. Number 2. When it comes to becoming a separate service, because that was the question, I don't know yet, but still it is very robust, a separate component, which is perfectly led by the current commander, General Molenda, and we are building up the capabilities, as you well know. So I don't know, there are some plans to do it, but for the time being, let's keep it as it is, because it is working perfectly. With the amendment of our command and control structure, which is yet to be done, maybe there will be some fine-tuning when it comes to the chain of command, and including changing the brand from component to service, but it is to be done. Technically and organizational, we are ready and we're very good in cyber domain. And as you know, we're really, really targeted by the Russians and Belarusians in domain, and we are fighting very hard, and the protection is provided. And now there was a question about the alliance and cyber, and that is a tough question because, as you most likely know, the NATO hasn't got any own forces, with very few exemptions. So whatever forces are then branded as the NATO forces are generated from nations. But it does not apply to cyber domain, because cyber capabilities are national capabilities and then will be kept mainly about national chain of command. But those cyber forces will provide effects, because that's the most important element on the battlefields. So they will provide effects, which is good. And there is a forum of cooperation between different allied nations. There is a special name for it. I don't know whether it's unclassified, so I will not say. But they coordinate their actions in the military domain when it comes to the cyber domain, both protection, then intelligence, and offensive operations, if there is a political decision to start offensive operation in the cyber domain. Because cyber, even though we're talking about the digits 0 or 1, still might be very harmful and might be very lethal weapon. So, as I said, there is also DDA family of plans. And one of the layers of this family is dedicated to different domains. So there is also a special space, a special plan for the cyber domain. So NATO has an idea how to defend and how to fight in the cyber domain. But of course, it is a very difficult domain, as you know, because there is difficult to find a borderline between military and civilian cyberspace, things like that. But I think we have some mechanisms to coordinate and to provide effective deterrence and defense also in cyberspace. Then there was a question about the Polish interoperability and readiness. That's a very, very good question. I always, when we have a discussion with the General Staff, also with General Klur, about the biggest challenges we have at the moment. So if I was to summarize the biggest challenge we have at the military level, I would say that this is to find the right balance between transformation of our armed forces and maintaining readiness to deter and defend. So try to find balance between operating and growing, between today and tomorrow. It may sound like a cliche, but it's extremely important with the current very aggressive policy of Russia and us being the frontline nation, because we don't have a buffer, we don't have a luxury of space and time. So we have to be very prudent. But now, just answering the question, we are getting better and better. This is not a state, this is a process. So interoperability is a process, and it is a process with different layers. So this is a process of personal layer, so this interoperability of people, so social interoperability, extremely, extremely important. Then you have a technical interoperability, so all the command and control systems, information systems have to speak the same language, so to say. And finally, you have operational interoperability, which is all about alignment of plans. So we are going to deter and defend according to the same plan, the same scenario. So all those three layers are becoming better and better. Our plans are aligned with NATO plans. Our operations are aligned according to the NATO doctrine. We are getting better and better in this social interoperability, but of course there is always room for improvement. There is no question about, especially when it comes to this technical aspect of interoperability. So communications and information systems still are one of the biggest challenge. And finally, there was a question about the northern corridor. Well, as I said, there are three nodal points along the eastern flank, so High North, Baltic Sea and the Black Sea. So the northern corridor provides a kind of merge High North and the Baltic Sea. So it is extremely important element. And luckily, the geometry of this corridor has changed recently in our favor with the accession of Finland and Sweden to NATO. So I think now we are in a much better position versus Russia in this part of the world, but still there are one of the biggest challenges over there and the most exposed region of NATO. I'm talking about the Baltic states. And I think that's the main challenge for NATO, and that should be the main focus of NATO. And there we should provide and focus our deterrence and defense capabilities. So to posture our forces, conduct training and exercises, and communicate to our opponents that we are boosting up our capabilities over there. And it is also extremely important just to make sure that we will be able to reinforce the Baltic states and other exposed regions at this time, at the speed of relevance. It is extremely important to build a proper infrastructure. So for the transportation, for the mobility of forces, and for example, the pipeline for the fuel to be provided. That's a huge challenge still. But I would say it is an important element, not only of the regional, but also of the allied security and deterrence and defense.
Okay, we have still 10 minutes to go, so there may be more questions. Let me just try to find you, like on a ship. Here, the second row, and then behind, and the third question in the back, or even more. Maybe we can take 4. So, one here.
Wojciech Lorenz, Polish Institute of International Affairs. Thank you very much for inspiring introduction to the second day of Strategic Ark. There has been some speculation regarding the future Supreme Allied Commander Europe, that the United States might give up on its role. The current SACEUR, Christopher Cavoli, is finishing his term this summer. What would it mean for NATO if the United States decided not to play this role any longer, or downgrade the position of SACEUR from 4-star to 3-star general? Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Directly behind, and then to the other side.
Aleksandra Spancerska, Polish Institute of International Affairs. General, my quick question about Polish-Turkish cooperation in Black Sea region. Can you elaborate on this issue, please?
Okay, thank you. And Minister Onyszkiewicz here, please. And then there will be questions from that part.
Well, there are rumors about US reducing its military presence in Europe. And my question is this, what is the sort of reasoning behind this idea? Because if one looks at the American pivot to Asia, it is quite clear that US involvement in conflict in this area will really demand US applying naval and air power, not land forces. There is no sort of space for land forces on major scale there. So what is the reason behind this idea of sort of reducing American land forces presence in Europe? Thank you.
Thank you. And there were questions to the right side. Yes, I can see two hands over there, just next to the door, close to the door. Yeah.
Good day, Vera Konstantinova, chairwoman of the Ukrainian Center for Geopolitical Studies and former foreign policy advisor to the chairman of Ukrainian Parliament. Lieutenant General, thank you so much for your very detailed and explanations. But again, maybe from Ukrainian perspective, without civilians, without inclusive of civilians into military domain, no plans or etc. could be implemented. So my question will be devoted to the social resilience as well as what civilians could and should do in order to support military activities. And in terms of Ukrainian lessons learned, maybe you can elaborate a little bit about how to include civilians and how to promote the idea of civilian military partnerships among our respective states. Thank you so much.
Thank you. It's just 7 minutes. I have to close the list of questions. Sorry for those who couldn't ask, but let General pick any and answer. There's a lot of now on your plate and only 7 minutes. I'm sorry.
Okay, so I will try to compress my answer. So I've also heard this gossip about US giving away the secure position, but no, it is not going to happen. As far as I know, the successor of General Cavoli has been already nominated by the US government, so it will be announced very soon. And I am not an advocate of giving away this position to the other nation, unless to Poland. But other than that, no, there is no way they are going to do it. Now, Polish-Turkish cooperation, as I said, it is extremely important as we're talking about those three areas I just highlighted in my speech. But at the same time, as you know, in NATO, we have different areas of responsibility, joint operating areas, and Turkey is under different operating areas. So some of the aspects at the tactical operational level will be done by the southern part of the alliance, not about Poland, because we have a different focus here on the eastern flank of NATO than Turkey. But this cooperation, this coordination is indispensable. Just a few days ago, 2 weeks ago, we had a visit of a Turkish chief of defense in Poland. Very interesting discussions about them. And their perception, their way of answering to the threats and challenges they have with Russia and in the Middle East were really illuminating. And we will continue this cooperation. Of course, there are, again, different layers. Purely military cooperation. There is also a chance to start some kind of defense industrial cooperation, which is always very important. And we would like to support some of the operations which are conducted or coordinated by Turkey and other allies in the Baltic Sea. Plus, as you most likely know, we have a small contingent in Turkey. So far is with the MPA aircraft, so maritime patrol aircraft. It will be changed very soon, so we will send a different type of capability to support Turkey in their deterrence and defense. And that's it. So when it comes to the US reducing their forces here in Europe and the rationale behind it, frankly speaking, I don't know. You have to ask President Trump and his administration. But I think, as always, it is all about money. So even though you need different type of capabilities in the Pacific theater of operation, still you need some money to develop this capability, to enhance these capabilities, as China is growing, and it's growing very, very fast. So you need to make sure that you are able to respond to this growing threat, to this growing challenge from China. So that is why, even though you need different type of capabilities, in order to build this capability, you need money, and you try to look for this money in different areas. That might be part of the story. Second issue is, as we discussed at the beginning, I think it's fair that Europe should take more responsibility and more burden here in Europe, also in ground domain. because this is not so challenging to develop military capabilities in land domain. It is much more challenging to develop some strategic capabilities, like highly technical. And still, I think here this is the primacy of the US, and still we will need them here in the European theater of operations. I don't know deep dive because maybe there are some political reasons behind it I'm not aware of, but from the military side of the house, I understand. But what we do, we will try to still, as I said, to make sure that the US understands what I said, that credibility cannot be divided. So whatever they decide, they should remember their credibility is also here in Europe, and they should maintain this credibility. Otherwise, they will lose it also in the Pacific region. So that is my main message, my key lines of narrative to the US to maintain it. And there was a very important question about the civil-military cooperation when it comes to building up integrated deterrence and defense and broader term national resilience. And of course, this is one of the major lessons learned from the conflict in Ukraine. I fully concur with you. And we can see it. And this is nothing new. But we have to put it on the front banner once again. And we have to think about the collective national resilience. And of course, there are different aspects of this resilience. First and foremost, just to provide education for the civilians, both individual and for the administration, just to make sure that to make them ready, what they should do, how they should behave in a time of crisis, in the time of conflict, in time of war. And that is why it has been announced a couple of weeks ago by our government that we are going to kick off a set of trainings. We will reshape the military training, but we will also introduce a training for the civilian people, civilian organizations and individuals to improve their resilience. But it all begins at the very basic level. So education, then basic skills, how to behave in a cyber domain, how to protect your cyber resources, how to be resilient to the informational and cognitive warfare conducted by Russia. So education and building awareness is just the first step. Then you have the institutional cooperation between armed forces and local authorities and other ministries. And you are going higher and higher. So I think it's a layered system which has to be slowly built. We are implementing this in Poland, but still a lot has to be done. However, we are getting better and better. We have very good, I would say, experience from some natural disasters, because even though the first responder is not the armed forces, still we cooperated very closely with civilian and local administration. So it is indispensable element of integrated deterrence and defense, this civilian resilience, and we have to build it. Okay.
And here, General, we're finishing with what we've started, that defense, deterrence, and war is not a matter of only the military, but of a state, of a society. So I think this is a very nice summing up of our discussion and the link to its opening. So, ladies and gentlemen, please join me in thanking the General for insightful presentations here today.
Thank you very much for this very interesting conversation. Marcin, why don't you join us here for a quick recap? So, with microphone, yeah. So, Marcin, what is your general feeling after talking to General Dymanowski? Is NATO ready for actual challenges? I mean, I've heard some reassuring statements. The special center in Bydgoszcz, new strategy, DDA, it's not so bad, right?
I think that we are taking the lessons learned, but for me, the three takeaways from the interventions by General Dymanowski are first that there will be no one is thinking about defense and deterrence without the US, and this is very important to be stressed because it goes in contrary to some narratives in the public domain. So we are not thinking about NATO without the US or Europe in NATO, only Europe in NATO. This is political fiction. The second important element, which I think resounded here very, very nicely, is the new role of Poland in the eastern flank, in the defenses. We've heard the general speaking about a vast, let's say, role of Poland as regards enablement of NATO defense operation. And the third element is the, let's say, necessity of European allies to fill in the capability gaps, to actually do the homework, live up to the commitments made by the political leaders, and not only spend this money, which is promised for defense, creatively, but actually acquire new capabilities. For me, this was a very, very rich presentation, intervention, and I'm sure it will be followed by a number of defense analysts as a source of knowledge about Polish thinking on NATO.
And on the other hand, what can NATO do to increase its capabilities? The cyber domain was mentioned heavily here. What can we do actually to increase the NATO capabilities?
Well, in cyber domain, you need to innovate and be open to the private sector and the society. So, and it is happening. So a number of private actors are engaged in beefing up the cyber defense capacity of NATO and of individual allies, simply because if you think of the targets of the malign hostile activities in cyberspace, these are mostly private targets. Critical infrastructure, systems of the banking sector, systems of the transportation networks. These are operated by private actors. So without a civil and public private partnership, there could be no effective defense. And on the other hand, these are mostly the private companies which develop cyber tools. Well, not only private companies, of course, but the know-how, so to say, is mostly on the private side.
Marcin, thank you very much for moderating this conversation.
It was a pleasure. Thank you.
So let's now move to the next panel, which will explore the long-term geopolitical consequences of the war in Ukraine and the prospects for dismantling Russian imperial ambition. And please welcome
Alina Frolova, Deputy Chairman, Center for Defense Strategies and former Deputy Minister of Defense of Ukraine.
Andrei Illarionov, economist, former economic advisor to the Kremlin.
Jerzy Pomianowski, Executive Director, European Endowment for Democracy.
And this session will be moderated by Balkan Devlen, co-founder and principal at the Pendulum Geopolitical Advisory and senior fellow at the Macdonald-Laurier Institute.
But first, I know how much you like those clips, so let's see another one.
Excellent. Thank you very much. We are looking for a very interesting panel to understand the long-term implications of Russian imperialism beyond the current war in Ukraine. And I think it is clear to pretty much everyone in this room and in NATO's eastern flank that Russia is not an acute threat to European peace and stability. That is, it is not going to be over with the war in Ukraine, but it's a chronic threat until and unless the Russian imperial ambitions change and Russia and the Russian political elite more broadly recognize that they do not have a right to rule over the peoples that they used to rule. So it is a key point to discuss. So I will straight away get to the panel to understand the dynamics of why do we have the Russian imperial ambitions, what needs to be done both domestically within Russia, what are the changes that are required to overcome this imperial mindset, as well as what the international community and particularly Europe can do to affect the changes in this particular mindset. Alina, let me start with you. When you look at Russian imperial mindset, the challenges that it poses, maybe a two-part question for you. First, how do you see the fundamental changes that needs to be done, the sources of Russian imperialism on the one hand? And the second is, what can the international community do going beyond not only pushing back against Russian aggression and containing Russia's aggression, but transforming Russia from an imperial revanchist power to a normal state?
Well, we had very good breakfast discussion this morning, actually, about how to deal with Russian imperialism, and the issue which makes me happy is that finally we come to discuss what to do with Russia as a source of problem, not how to modernize, what mistakes were made, why Ukraine happened to be in this situation, why Europe is not ready. So that's like everything is important, but the problem is Russia. And we need to discuss what to do with Russia. The second, I think that like most of Polish colleagues, at least military and Baltics and Nordics, will agree with me, and I was happy to hear this morning also, and I think that Mr. Ilarioni will tell his view on this by himself, but the only way to deal with Russia is to defeat it militarily. That's it. I mean that the Russian imperialism, it's not the viewpoint of Putin. Historically, for many years, for ages, this is the national idea and this is the core value of the state, Russian state, and we don't see any other opposing values or some kind of core ideas which can make us think that Russia can be different. We don't have these like some kind of formulated strategies, some views, different views on how it can be. We don't have ethnical idea of Russians, yes, as an ethnic group. Nothing. So the idea, the core idea, even if we listen, for example, for Navalny, who is very welcomed now in United States and in many other places, she's saying actually, yes, let's bring us to power, restore trade, and do not interfere in our business. We're not speaking about Russia to be separated for different states. We are not speaking about self-identification of other nations. We are good with all that. We are good with imperialism, actually, what she is saying. Just like let's make usual business as usual. So I don't see any like a visible signs or internal non-visible signs that Russia is ready by some kind of grassroots movements to make a transformation. The only way to push Russia to change, it's like a strong military defeat, when Russia will have no possibility to militarize itself, no possibility to have normal fleet in the Black Sea, no possibility to threaten any neighbors, at least at European continent. And what the whole world or Europe can do, finally accept that this is war against Europe, finally accept that Europe needs to use military power to increase drastically military production, to invest drastically in warfare which happening in Ukraine. forget about discussions whether we need to use troops on the ground or not. Yes, I'm not telling about deploying the troops on the front line in Ukraine, but it's like, you know, sounds very strange if you said that Russia is your enemy in all the now strategic documents, and that there is a war of Russia against Europe, which is acknowledged, but we won't use conventional troops. I mean, army is created to fight. If there is a war, your army need to fight. And this is some, like, a very simple answers, which still are non-pronounced very openly by European politicians. And I think that Ukraine is paying now high price for giving this time. Do not waste this time. And this is something which Europe can do, obviously. I'm not speaking now about United States because, unfortunately, I do not have some kind of hope on this, some drastic change of the United States policy for the next years, and I think that this is European fight for now.
Thank you. Andrei, let me turn to you. When you look at the conditions for changes for Russian imperialism, do you see any potential within the political, cultural, institutional lens? What would it take to change not only Kremlin's mindset, but also broader Russian political elite's mindset that it is not worth the cost to continue to be a revanchist power?
All right, thank you. The short answer to your question is very simple. The only thing that can change Kremlin mindset is military defeat of Kremlin. Nothing else. So meaning no ceasefire, no truce, no peace treaty, no negotiations of any kind, no sanctions, regardless how hellish you would call them. None of that can stop Kremlin from pursuing Russian imperialist policy. And what is good in this conference, yesterday and today, that it, for the first time for these 3+ years, it's shifting to the right direction. This is not about Ukraine. It's not about war in Ukraine. It is not about Ukrainian war, as it is used to be in the US and in many capitals around the world. It is about, as well, it's not about Georgia, Moldova, Chechnya, Syria, Baltic countries. No, it is about Russian imperialism. And it should be clearly as possible. And this is a war, it is not even correctly called, not a Russian-Ukrainian war that I would prefer before. This is war against Russian imperialism. And it must be called as it is, used as this title. This is a war, I would say global war against Russian imperialism. And now, since we identify the problem more or less correctly, and I hear recurring topics over these last 2 days, it must be absolutely clear what is Russian imperialism. It is particular mindset, philosophy, political philosophy, policy, ideology. Not of one person, but of millions of people. Fortunately, not all Russian people, but many of Russian people, by millions. And that particular mindset cannot be stopped and cannot be defeated at the negotiation table. The only way to deal with such a monster, as we learn from history, not only with Russian imperialism, but with some other imperialism, is military defeat, nothing else. Third, this imperialism is being supported by pretty resilient Russian economy. Those who expect and waiting that Russian economy collapse very time soon, unfortunately wrong. I had some relations to build that economy, and I can assure you, it will last effectively for years or maybe even decades to come, that they will be able to produce resources to wage the war against the rest of the world. So that is why the very approach to the Russian economy and to the Russian imperialism must be different. Fourth, we need to formulate as clearly as possible and as publicly as possible strategy to defeat the Russian imperialism. Not Russia, but Russian imperialism. And the goal must be formulated very clearly. Russian imperialism must be defeated. There are many myths spread right now, not only from Kremlin, but from White House and from other places, that about the so-called Russian imperialism invincibility. Means they defeated Hitler, they defeated Napoleon, it's impossible to defeat them. It's myth, it's wrong. Out of 84 wars that Russia waged over the last 3 centuries, in 1/3 of those wars, most of them imperialistics, so Russia has been defeated in 1/3 of those wars. It means it's possible. It is not easy, but it's possible. And that is why the only topic that we need to discuss, how to do it, how to repeat this success. And here we have 2 approaches. One is deterrence, containment, a la George Kennan of Long Telegram, 1946. It took 45 years to achieve results, but it is not applicable in the current situation, because back then it was Cold War. Now we are in hot war, in real war, in active war. Containment and deterrence is good to prevent the beginning of the war. If we're already in the war, any containment could not stop rolling tanks, flying drones or missiles, and bombing civilians. It's impossible. There is only one way to stop it: military defeat. There is no other way. So, 6th point. In this war, long war, war of attrition, there are 2 most important features. First one, it is really might be a very long war. It might last years and decades. And we need to understand that the war will not finish next week at the negotiations table in Vatican, Istanbul, or any other place. It might last decades. We need to be prepared for that. And second, the most important element of war attrition, it is war of resources. It is war of potentials. First of all, military potentials. There are many ways to calculate this. The basic equation is a military expenditure. But military expenditure, not what has been spent or what is being spent, or is going to be spent in so-called countries that are not participating in the war, even they are members of NATO alliance. The crucial equation, how much resources is being used in these particular military operations. Right now, this is a Russian-Ukrainian theater, Russian-Ukrainian war theater. And here the very clear equation. Just I put aside all this preparation, the final number. Russia this year is going to spend 500 billion US dollars based on purchasing power parity. 200 billion US dollars by exchange rate, and about 500 billion by PPP. Ukraine is going to spend about 150 billion US dollars by PPP. European allies are going to provide, and maybe some other allies, not more than 20 billion US dollars. So that is why we're having this ratio, 500 on Russian side, and in the very best case, 170 on the Ukrainian and allies and friends side. The ratio is 3-to-1. There is no war of attrition can be won with such a ratio of potentials, of military expenditures. Forget about this. That is why we understand that Ukraine cannot increase military expenditure substantially, even with all their efforts. It means the contribution of our friends and allies must be in not tens of billions, but in hundreds of billions of military resources provided to Ukrainian front. My last point. What is the real instrument, channel for victory, for defeat. It has been provided by history, by many historical lessons. It's a combination of resources, of unification of resources, gathering allies together who are participating in that war. Best example, Stefan Batory in Livonian War, who was able to collect Poles, Lithuanians, Litvins who were Belarusians, Ukrainians, Cossacks, Hungarians, Germans, Swedes, all together. All together, they were able to destroy Ivan the Terrible troops. Later, Jan Sobieski arrived to Vienna in 1683 to unite forces, combine forces, to defeat the common enemy. Later, Józef Pilsudski proposed intermarium, Medjimorje, the idea of collecting, of uniting resources to build a deterrence and to prepare defeat of imperialism. There is no other way to deal with such a monster. And the title, short title for this strategy, based on what we have discussed yesterday about the Western value in the international area, may I offer this idea in a short term, за вашу и нашу вольность, for our and your liberty, за нашу и вашу свободу. That's a way how to deal and how to defeat Russian imperialism.
Thank you very much, Andrei. I'm going to come back to in the second round very quickly on what in practice the military defeat would need to look like, given we are in a nuclear age, and how that can affect or how people think about it. But Jerzy, let me turn to you. When you look at the broader European context, not only sort of in the eastern flank and the Baltics, but more broadly within Western Europe as well. First, do you think, is there an accurate understanding of the causes of this war that goes beyond what we generally think about it, but the root cause being the Russian imperialism and need to deal with it? And the second is, do you see what the Western European governments and institutions, as well as the public, recognize that unless and until we dealt with Russian imperialism broadly, this problem is not disappearing, and therefore, if we don't want to pay pennies today, we'll pay hundreds of dollars in the future?
Thank you. Thank you very much, and thank you for my co-panelist. I think important message was already passed. There are actually theoretically two ways to dismantle imperialism. One is through military defeat, and the argument was presented very well and very eloquently. And that's true, no to discuss with it. And the second is to dismantle it. Well, dismantling sounds interesting, but it's just theoretical. Sometimes it's practical. I think, Andrei, you will agree that the last successful dismantling of the Russian imperialism took place in 1917 and was organized by German intelligence, who transported from Zurich to St. Petersburg Lenin. So for 1.5 years, imperialism was dismantled, a monster was born. So any dismantling operation needs to be seen also through the eyes of what result it may bring. But more seriously speaking, I think it is not a discussion about or, but rather and. So in a sense, the military strategy should be in place when other efforts should be also in place. And answering to your questions, I will start with some weaknesses. First, recognition. You rightly point that the recognition of the fact what is the root cause of the present war is not widely shared in the international so-called Western community. The concept of Russian imperialism is well known to us in this part of the Europe. But unfortunately, and this is something that drives me crazy at every conference or international meeting, where some of our colleagues from Western Europe or even from the United States are at a certain point of the discussion saying, oh, Russia is so difficult country that no one understands it. That drives me really crazy. So what does it say? It simply says that our analytical capacity to understand enemy is extremely weak. And if we compare this even to the analytical capacity in 70s, Sovietology institutions and so on, who are permanently analyzing and trying to build certain strategies, we are today at less of 10% of that capacity. So maybe we should start talking about our capacities as we were analyzing our military capacities, whether we have capacities to understand the enemy, to understand what processes are taking place in Russia, to understand the mindset of those millions, not only through the general simple categorization they are all imperialists, they are, but maybe there are ways to soften it. If we take out of 10 millions one, it's already a victory. If we take out of 10 millions two, it's a bigger victory. If we take half, it will be even bigger. So what I'm saying is end-to-end strategy. When we are building our military capacity, when we are providing enough support to Ukraine to fight back and to at least liberate occupied territory, whether Ukraine will be able to march to Moscow and to put a Ukrainian flag on Kremlin as a Polish flag was on the Reichstag, that is a question to be asked for the military experts. But I would like to simply say that while we are having this specific strategy, we need to have two at the same time. And dismantling Russian imperialism is a long-term strategy. It requires a lot of new capacity and resources in parallel to all military capacities. And we have to take this very seriously now if we really want to think about a peaceful continent for the future. And this is, again, something that is available. Methodologies are available. The international expertise is there. We simply need to connect those dots, build bigger capacity, analyze what's going on, adopt, create strategies, work, engage, and then continue and be persistent and be consequential and be also long-term strategic in this respect. That would be my addition and recommendation to the discussion. Let me just finish with the 3 points. Projection capacity, that's what I mean, being able to engage with the people in Russia. Analytical capacity, being able to design strategies and understand processes there. And finally, our own capacity to absorb understanding and the results of those analyses. This is also extremely important part of the public debate and discourse, both through the political layers and levels and through the general public discussion in Europe and in the United States.
Thank you very much. Let me briefly get to a second round before opening up for questions. And I want to sort of turn to the panel and ask perhaps 2 questions. Number one, what I'm hearing is, and I think I agree with this, is that the military defeat of Russia is essential in transforming Russian imperialism. However, of course, the uncomfortable truth on the ground is the fact that Russia is a nuclear power, and that neither other nuclear powers, including France and UK and United States, nor the broader Western European and NATO allies are willing, from their actions we can very clearly see that they are willing to risk nuclear escalation. In Europe, we also have the problem of, some of the panelists already highlighted, that we try to wage a war with peaceful peacetime means. While Russia is gearing up and already geared up for a war economy and transforming itself, we're still debating whether we can title the European plan rearm, or is it too aggressive, and we should switch to readiness Europe 2030. So when you take those two facts on the ground, that in post-1945 environment in which we have a nuclear power that is engaging in imperialist policies, and that the previous transformations of imperial powers, be it Nazi Germany or Imperial Japan, resulted in their total military defeat and occupation, and therefore the institutions are transformed. Assuming that is not on the books, or at least the escalation risks from the Western European and American perspective is not acceptable. How are we, in a way, are we fated to try to contain and push back Russian imperialism forever? Or are there other things that we can do to weaken the Russian state, the Russian system? And can we make subversion great again, in a way, and to undermine the Russian institutions and the state, and therefore hasten the changes within? Or are we have to push back continuously? Alina, let me start with you.
Well, I think that we need to have, like in military planning, yes, I like military planning because you need to plan a worst-case scenario. Then all the other scenarios would be easier, yes? You need to have a few of them, but the worst-case scenario. And the worst-case scenario is that we don't know how to dismantle from inside Russia. We don't have, as I said, some kind of like national movements, real opposition, something like that. Some I don't know. Yes, there are some parts of Russia which obviously, in case of weakening, economical weakening, some internal conflicts, would take a chance and try to be independent nations, like Chechnya, maybe some other states, but. That's, again, only theories, and actually we don't have so much influence. Western countries already tried within the Cold War to have this approach of like dismantling. After the Cold War, to have approach of open channels, education, exchange, communication. None of them worked. I mean, we can continue to try, but there is like a very unprognosed results of all that activity. In current situation, like geopolitical situation, which we see, we do understand that the global order is already collapsed. None of the institution is working. That's will take maybe a few years to acknowledge that officially, that UN is not working, all the other international courts are not working. So we need to reconstruct something, and what we can reconstruct now as a realistic, it's some kind of European defensive, alliance, yes, because we're not speaking again about the transatlantic because it's quite questionable now. I think that also we discussed this in the morning, that Europe needs to understand that we are now not about projection. We about defeating our way of living. That's it. If we want to stay democratic states, and let's count how many countries in the world are democratic now. We are minority. I mean that most of the countries do not accept the democratic way of living. There are some kind of transitional states, let's say, which have some specific democracy, but there are a lot of countries which do not accept democracy at all. If we want to live as we live, of course, with less probably social benefits, with more military economy, but we need to understand that the key task is to defeat our way of living, not to project, not to bring all the goods to hold the world. We're now in the period when we need to save ourselves and accumulate the power for future. And I think that this is the best strategy which we need to have. Of course, we need to use the opportunities. Of course, the situation is very chaotic. Yes, Putin is successful in creating chaos, but chaos is also opening the doors for opportunities. Yes, we need to look for opportunities, but it's like a more tactical operational level than some kind of strategy, how we will grow up the new generation in Russia, which will understand the democracy. We already grow up that generation. We had the people who had the freedom time, who had the access to internet, who was grow up in European American universities. It didn't work. Let's take care and accumulate resources, and the figures are here presented by Mr. Illarionov for things which will work for sure, and then use the opportunities. I think that this is the best strategies. Ukraine, unfortunately, was not very good in strategic thinking, but we are really good in finding the opportunities, like maneuvering in all this time from very weak position. All the time we find in the way how to stabilize it and how to some kind of use for our benefit. I think that this should be a strategy now for Europe.
Andrei, the same question to you, but also you very rightly pointed out that this is a war of attrition. It can last quite a bit, and historically that has been the case. Wars either last very short, or they tend to, if they go over a year, they tend to go up to 10 years. Do we have in the West the stamina and the necessary mindset to be able to sustain this effort? And short of marching to Kremlin, are there any other ways in which we can try to make change within Russia that can actually have a meaningful impact? How deep the imperialist mindset goes, and what sort of hardships that, in other words, the Russian people need to go through to change their mind short of complete military defeat?
The answer to your first question is very clear. You can ask the same question to Ukrainians. Back then in 1914, year 2014 or year 2022, and would you find anyone in Ukraine who wanted to fight Russia? I did not find anyone. Nobody wanted. Nobody wanted war. But when war was imposed, Ukrainians were forced to fight. And if you remember, in the spring of 2022, everybody was talking, oh, it's 2 more weeks, or 3 more weeks, or 2 more months. So what do we see now? 3+ years. And they're fighting, and they will be fighting, because the choice is very simple. Either they're fighting or they will be dead. If Russia stops fighting, it will be peace. If Ukraine will stop fighting, Ukraine will be dead. That's very clear. Same story with Europe. Europe must understand, if Europe will be looking for some possible solutions, it will be dead. Sometimes figuratively, sometimes not, especially for Baltics. It's quite clear. So that is why it's a choice. It's a choice that's not the choice that Europe would like to take easily. Nobody would like to take it easily, but there is no other way. 3 more points concerning these discussions about the dismantling of Russian imperialism, as Jerzy has mentioned, 1917. That attempt led to rebirth of Polish statehood, by the way, and birth of Finnish statehood, Estonian, Latvian, Lithuanian, and for 3 years, Azerbaijan, Georgia, Armenia. So that is why it's helpful. Maybe not ideal, but helpful. Right. Okay, so that is why we're looking for realistic scenarios. Okay, so that's why speaking about realistic scenarios. Are we talking about the parade of Ukrainian troops on the Red Square in Moscow? Maybe not tomorrow, okay? So what are realistic scenarios? Let me use another example from the Polish history. Soviet-Polish War of 1919-1921. There was miracle on Vistula and the defeat of Budyonna near Lviv that led to Riga Treaty. So that is why it was possible. It was possible by Polish troops to defeat Red Army. That's a fact of life in front of our eyes. In summer 1944, Finnish troops inflicted 6 defeats to the Soviet army. By that time, maybe one of the most powerful, maybe the most powerful army in the Second World War, in summer 1944. Nevertheless, so Finnish did it. And after that, Stalin decided, okay, it is too pricey to go to Helsinki. It is too expensive. And that is why I need to abandon the goal of occupation and annexation of Finland. So, it is possible. Afghans, during this 9-year Afghan war, so it was very heavy price being paid by Afghans, but nevertheless, Soviet troops have been evacuated from Afghanistan. And it's not even from European theater, it's from the Central Asian theater of military action, so it is possible. So that is why we need to understand and to formulate and adjust and implement this strategy of military defeat. And my last point would be my strong suggestion to everybody to differentiate between Russia and Russian imperialism. Because we need, it's first of all from military point of view, from effective point of view, from political point of view, but also from the point of view of having one more ally that has not been mentioned yet, some Russian people. I would not say everybody, but there are many Russian people who hate Russian imperialism and who wanted to destroy Russian imperialism even more than anybody sitting in this hall. So that is why, if the goal is to destroy or to defeat Russia, it means this ally would not join ranks. If the goal to defeat Russian imperialism, so our combined army of freedom would have very important ally in Russia.
Thank you very much. Jerzy, let me turn to you before we open it up for Q&A. First, whether you have any sort of reactions, what you heard so far. And the second is, again, going back to sort of more broader sort of Western European thinking, if Europe cannot bring itself to confiscate already frozen Russian assets, do you think we have the sort of the broader mindset and the stamina to do what is necessary in order to not to pay a bigger price that Ukraine is currently paying? Because the result of that is that we don't want to do it today, but we will pay a much bigger price down the road. What needs to be done, in other words, to change the European, Western European mindset to make them see the reality?
Indeed. This is, I think, one of the core issues that here in Warsaw, not only here in Warsaw, we are trying to debate. The answer to the question whether there is readiness to accept certain messages that are coming from Kiev, from Warsaw, from the Baltic capitals, from Finland, from Sweden, from Riga, and from Vilnius, from Tallinn. This is an open question. I have an answer today whether, yes, those messages are going through and they will stay, and the conclusion and reflections and recommendations will be taken seriously on board. This is an open question that simply tells us that we cannot stop sending those messages. And this is part of this war. This is the war on the minds and hearts of our co-citizens here in Europe, so they should understand what type of strategic dilemma and strategic challenge we are confronted with. It is also true that if they lack stamina to provide long-term military support or enough military support, maybe, and this is again not or, but and, maybe we can convince them at least by telling them we are protecting and you are protecting your lifestyle, your values. And in that sense, you have to launch, if not a military offense, you have to launch a value offense vis-a-vis Russia. You have to, if you say, or you use this nice militaristic language today, we hear democracy shield, democracy defense strategy. We should say also to our colleagues in Western Europe that shield and defense is not enough. it has to be a proactive activity. We have to invest in media that will be reaching out to those people that are still there, maybe in a huge minority in Russia, but they can grow. We have to plant a doubt in those who are believing in their imperialistic dreams, who are poisoned by Putin Kremlin narrative. We have to use all kinds of mechanisms that are at our disposal, and we have to constantly adapt. That is the intellectual and academic and research and planning capacity that I was referring to. So my answer is, are we sure everyone will be on board? I don't know. But we have to make everything, and especially those who are not ready for participating in a hard military exercise, at least to give them a way to express themselves positively, saying, okay, if you don't want to buy a tank, at least buy a new radio station.
Excellent. Let me open up for questions. We have about 12 minutes to go. I'll take 3 and then turn to the panel. Please make sure you introduce yourselves and make it a question rather than an impromptu speech. So let me start with the ladies here in the 2, and then we'll go for the 3rd round. Over there, please.
Thank you. My name is Maria Piechowska. I'm from PISM. It was a very interesting discussion. Thank you for that. And when I hear such a discussion, I have a feeling it's really, I'm sorry, theoretic. Because we can talk for a long time about how to defeat Russia and how to actually defeat Russian imperialism, because it's a war not only against military power such as Russia, but the even more dangerous thing, but ideology. But let's now go down a little bit to practical things. I strongly believe that making Russia understand that it's not okay to be like Russia is right now, it would be the question of Crimea. I mean, we forgot a little bit about Crimea. Right now we have some signals that from US administration that Crimea may be given to Russia even. So, and I strongly believe that Crimea, but if Crimea could go back to Russia, to Ukraine, it would be a very strong symbol of fighting this imperialism, Russian imperialism. So how to, and this is my question, how to return to the international debate the question of Crimea? How can we defeat this situation right now that US, for example, is supporting somehow Russia in this Crimea question?
Excellent.
Elżbieta Kaca, PISM expert working on sanctions. I have a question to Mr. Ilarionov. How do you evaluate the impact of sanctions, Western sanctions on Russian economy? And what else we might do as a West to squeeze the Russian economy and to counter the evasion tactics used by Russia, because you most probably are the best expert to tell us that.
Excellent. And we have one more right behind. Yep.
Thank you very much. Irina Krasnoshtan, International Center for Ukrainian Victory. I wanted to follow up on this debate because I think the panel agrees on the need for Russian defeat, but if you go outside of these halls, I think the problem will be that not everyone identifies this as the goal. And the problem is that some see that weakening of Russia is the goal, but not its defeat. So how do we tackle that? And to build up on the point of Mr. Ilarionov about this being a global, war against Russian imperialism, I would again argue that a lot of people will not agree with that. And how do we pass this psychological point? I totally agree, but how do we pass this psychological point of a lot of our even friends who look at Ukrainian war as something aside? Yes, we need to support, but they don't see it as the common war as you described. So how do we pass this psychologically?
Let me get one more and then turn, because we have about 9 minutes to go. Sir in the back, yes, go ahead.
Hi, Tomasz Lukczuk, University of Warsaw. Yeah, I would like to ask Ms. Pomianowski about, would say, the coalition of the like-minded countries, I mean, beyond Europe. Shall we find someone like Russia found China, so maybe we could find Japan and South Korea, maybe other like-minded countries. Thank you.
Excellent. So let me turn to the panel. Elena, let me start with you, Andrei and Jerzy.
Okay. I'll start from Crimea. It's my favorite point. One of my focus of attention is the Black Sea security. I absolutely agree with you that we again in a situation of 2016-17 when we've been told that let's put Crimea aside. Let's speak about the land situation, Donbass, and so on and so forth, which actually promoted by Russia not only because they want Crimea, but because they're mainly defeated in the Black Sea. They don't want to discuss the situation in which they're in a weaker position. They try to refocus on the ground operations, which are more difficult to evaluate, and where the situation is not so clear, and like a play with that. About the threat that US will agree on this construction. Situation has changed. US is a strong player, but they cannot make a deal with Russia because this is about war in Ukraine and in Europe. They can negotiate whatever they want, but if Ukraine and Europe is not agree, these negotiations has no essence. And it already was demonstrated. Ukraine, I'm sorry, it was like 2 years ago here when I remember that someone from the audience asked me a question about, yes, we will negotiate something, Ukraine will lose this war, and you need to accept. And I said that, I'm sorry, we pay so big price for our right to have our own opinion. And we feel this power not agree now. And we won't reject it. We are not more subordinated nation. We are not developing nation. We are a cool nation which die for freedom and which die for our right to be adult. And if someone will discuss Crimea, Donbass, whatever, this is our decision. What we accept or what we do not accept, and Europe's decision, because this is European war. And so I don't think that actually US can negotiate and agree something with Russia. Finally, yes. So this is like a bilateral relation, yes, about the war in Ukraine and in Europe, no. That is why I think that Crimea would be obviously in discussion, because Crimea is the key point for security in the Black Sea. And not only Black, but Baltics, it influences Mediterranean. And as soon as Crimea belongs to Russia, actually it provides and projects threats to a much wider region, and we cannot say then about defeating Russia. So Crimea is one of the key points which need, and just to remind you about Paris Treaty, when after the Paris Treaty we didn't have for 70 years Russian Navy presence in Black Sea. It's possible, as Mr. Ilarion was saying.
Andrei?
The first question concerning sanctions, 3 points. Impact of sanctions on Russian economy was very, very limited. We need to understand it. Second, what can be done? I suggested even back in March 2022, a very different approach to sanctions, to introduce so-called smart sanctions. What does it mean? It means not limiting Russian export. It means imposing tax rate on Russian export of energy resources, first of all, oil. Let's say at level 50%, to put them at escrow accounts and to redirect to Ukraine for Ukraine aims goals. So that is why world needs energy. It is very hard to stop flow of energy, but it is possible to redirect money flows arising from these energy flows and to redirect it to Ukraine. Instead of fighting for these frozen Russian assets, endless war, judicial and so on, you can use each dollar that is can go to Russia, instead of that half of that dollar going to Ukraine, to support Ukrainian military and economic efforts. So that is why to force Russian imperialism to work for its own destruction. So last point here, sanctions alone, regardless what kind of sanctions, cannot defeat imperialism, even with those smart sanctions. Nevertheless, you always need additional military means. As for global war is being waged, and we see it, sometimes visible, sometimes not very visible. Ukrainian GUR is fighting in Sahel against Russian Wagner. Ukrainian GUR is fighting in Syria against Russian troops. It's a global, it's not only one theater. I would not mention some other theaters. Those who involved, they know. So that is why what can we do? This is a psychological war, and in psychological war, it is necessary to have a psychological means. So that is why the most important one is information and counter disinformation measures. Just to explain that if retail store has been burned in Warsaw, it has been burned not by itself. It was somebody who came from the east to do it. Or if there's some kind of ammunition stores in Czech Republic have been exploded, it is not by itself. Or somebody in Bulgaria has been shot or poisoned, or in Germany, or in England, or many other places. It is constant, permanent work to explain why all this happened. And this happened not only on the Russian-Ukrainian front, it happens in Europe, in European countries that pretend they do not participate in this war, while Europe was sleeping. Seems to me that was the title of famous book from the Second World War.
All right, thank you. Yazi, last word to you, 90 seconds.
Thank you. There was only one question to me, thanks God, but because they are all very difficult questions, obviously, but I very much enjoy answer, especially Andrei, about psychological war. That's exactly what I was also referring when I was saying end-to-end strategies. It has to be, and also on our side, it has to be offense. It should not be just a shield from disinformation, a shield from foreign manipulation, but also we have to counter our engagement and activity on the territory of the enemy, changing minds and hearts of people there. With regard to the coalition of willing in a global dimension, I think what we see, Japan, South Korea, Taiwan, these are all countries who are well engaged and understanding the situation. Of course, their interests are not located here in Europe directly strategically, but they are aware of the consequences if Russian imperialism will be winning and not contain and not dismantle. So I think we can count on them. As much as I know, this is not my everyday subjects to deal with, but I am very much aware of a lot of initiatives where Japan, South Korea, and Taiwan is taking part.
Thank you very much, and please join me in thanking the panel for a fantastic discussion. Thank you.
Thank you very much to our panelists for this discussion. Welcome. Do you think that the panel offered a realistic roadmap beyond the ceasefire in Ukraine?
I think that our panelists rightly highlighted the fact that this is not only about the war in Ukraine, this is about how to deal with the Russian imperialism. And the fact that I would say maybe there are two suggestions that I have. One, all the panelists highlight the fact that it requires a military defeat of Russia in order to have this change. And the second one is that we could do more things reaching into Russia in order to hasten this particular process, from sanctions to various other means of subversion, etc., etc. And without that, this will only be a pause, but the Russian imperialism will come back and will threaten European peace and security.
Thank you, Balkan. Pleasure talking to you. Perfect. Now, with our ARK, we will go north to discuss whether the Arctic is becoming a theater of new geopolitical competition. Let's welcome our panelists.
Ryan Berg, professor at the Department of Military and Strategic Studies, U.S. Air Force Academy.
Michał Łuszczuk, professor from Maria Curie Skłodowska University.
And Kari Aga-Mikkelbost, Barents Chair in Russian Studies, the Arctic University of Norway.
The discussion will be moderated by Paweł Markiewicz, director of the Washington, D.C. office from the Polish Institute of International Affairs.
So please enjoy the clip and then the discussion.
Well, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and hello to everybody tuning in virtually. I'm really thrilled that this year's Strategic Ark has an Arctic panel, Arctic discussion. So for about the next 56 minutes, we are going to transform the Strategic Ark into a strategic icebreaker to talk about Arctic issues. As mentioned, my name is Paweł Markiewicz. I head the Washington, D.C. office of the Polish Institute of International Affairs, but I also, along with several of my colleagues at the Institute, look at the Arctic, focus on the Arctic in our research. So this discussion is all the more near and dear to me when it comes to the topic in question. Beforehand, we kind of had a short discussion with my panelists, and I think we're just going to kick it right off here. So the first kind of opening salvo that I'd like for all of you to begin with is to give your kind of opening remarks / assessment when it comes to, is the Arctic in fact a new or a renewed theater of geopolitical competition? So maybe we'll start with Ryan, Kari, and then we'll go to Michał in the middle.
Well, thanks for having me. Appreciate it. I can start this off by saying that, in my opinion, right. And first, I gotta say that as a federal employee of the U.S. Department of Defense, I'm here and speaking in my personal capacity. I in no way represent the official position of the U.S. Department of Defense. As long as everybody's clear on that with my remarks, the region has been, in many ways, a theater of geopolitical competition. It has existed that way for quite some time. We can look at all the indicators of what competition actually means, and we look back in history, and it really has been a competitive environment for quite some time. I think it's a mischaracterization to say that maybe it's renewed, because it always has been that way. However, we have this high north, low tension mantra that we keep referring to, Arctic exceptionalism and so forth. And if you look at the research, you look at some of the folks that have engaged in this region, right? This is a misnomer. It's a misnomer to characterize the Arctic as a region of exceptionalism. It has avoided conflict successfully. That doesn't necessarily mean it's not a competitive environment. We can look at this. There's competing claims, right? We have several commercial interests that are now expanding, overlapping, and evolving into a competitive sort of environment with resource competition, right? There's competing claims with regard to where some of the ridges are, right? And exclusive economic zone claims and so forth, right? So this is certainly a competitive environment for the international, or on the international stage. It is also an environment that has been, I'd say, relatively isolated from the resulting military competition and the military conflict that we've seen in other regions of the world that have stemmed from very similar indicators of competition that have led to conflict. And so it has been maybe a different environment, although it hasn't been isolated from competition in any way, shape, or form. I think we're just seeing more and more attention drawn toward it now. So I'll leave it there.
Great, thanks, Ryan. Kari, your thoughts, new or renewed?
Well, I would say, of course, both. So I would agree with Ryan on this. I mean, we know, I'm a historian in basis, so we know Arctic competition, great power competition from the Cold War, of course. It's been an important theater for competition for decades. But seen from the Nordics, including Norway, I would say it's a new theater also. 2 days ago, or perhaps 3 days ago, the Norwegian Ministry of Defense announced that Norway is, and I would say finally, easing up on its self-imposed restrictions on Allied military exercises and presence in the northeasternmost part of Norway, so the immediate border region with Russia. And this is historical for Norway. These self-imposed restrictions came from the very beginning, the founding of NATO, where Norway was a founding member. And they have been crucial to Norway. Norway has been conducting this policy all through the Cold War and into the post-Soviet period of deterrence towards Russia through its NATO membership, but at the same time also reassuring Russia. And this policy of reassurance is now eased up. So Norway is realizing, that military capacities and force is the way to handle Russia. And this is really big, but it's sort of also been coming since, of course, Sweden's and Finland's accession to NATO, which, I mean, for logical reasons, Norway can no longer be the only Nordic state which does not allow for Allied military presence and training.
Great, thank you. Michał, your thoughts. Is the Arctic, or do you see the Arctic as an area of new or renewed geopolitical competition?
First of all, thank you for having me here. This is a marvelous place, and I'm happy to discuss Arctic issues in Warsaw, because it's sometimes not very popular topic in Polish geopolitical debate. Answering to your question, I think that similarly to Kari and Ryan, I would say a little both, because in my opinion, what we face today is a rather new geopolitical global confrontation, reshaping international order. At the same time, Arctic was or has been an arena of different geopolitical conflicts in the past, in the modern times. If we think about, for example, conflict between indigenous and non-indigenous perspectives for many centuries. We think about access to resources, living resources of ocean, Arctic oceans, even 300 years ago. These were also some kind of conflicts. In terms of geopolitical conflicts, we can say something about 20th century situation. And I would say that nowadays we face some kind of refiguration of this situation, coming new non-Arctic states coming to the area. So if we think in terms of actorness, we think about what is the purpose of this conflict? And if we think about measures which can be employed, I would say that this is something rather new. Thank you.
So I want to maybe dig deeper, kind of peel away the layers of the onion to get a little more into this this question, this discussion, the region. So maybe Ryan, again to you. From the U.S. perspective, how does it plan to compete in the Arctic? Cooperate, compete. We've seen a whole slew of strategic documents coming from the various branches of the U.S. militaries, these Arctic policies, strategies. Is it kind of a go-it-alone type of strategy in the U.S. mindset, or one based on cooperation with the regional partners, whether it's Canada, North America, Greenland/Denmark, and the European partners? How do you assess that?
The short answer is who the hell knows? The reality, I mean, there's a lot going on right now in the United States, as we well know. I can answer with some context from the previous administration, in that if you look at the previous administration, the Biden administration's Arctic strategy, it advanced a protect, promote, and preserve model, right, by way of the U.S. approach to the Arctic in general. This is from a military perspective, generally speaking, geopolitically, diplomatically, and so forth, but principally militarily, protect, promote, and preserve was the sort of the framework, right? The Trump administration hasn't yet released a new Arctic strategy. They certainly will at some point. And my sense of it is, I have this is a Ryan perspective, not a U.S. government perspective. My sense is that it's going to adopt more of say, an interests, an investment, maybe even an ideological sort of approach rather than protect, promote, and preserve. And I think we're going to see a lot of this America First sort of rhetoric and dialogue that comes in. And you hear peace through strength as a common axiom coming out of the White House right now, and especially out of the Pentagon as well with Secretary Hegseth, right? This idea of peace through strength, and how will then the U.S. approach within that framework is yet to be determined. I do believe that the U.S., at least from a military perspective, will continue to, hopefully anyway, continue to rely on and absorb knowledge, institutionalized knowledge, and regional knowledge from partners and allies in the region. If you look back at this video that we started with, a lot of that stuff, the military training in the Arctic environment and doing Arctic maneuvers and so forth in the cold weather and extreme cold is something that the U.S. military, I'm a veteran Marine officer, right? I can tell you flat out that the U.S. military does not have the institutionalized knowledge to operationalize much of what we say in the Arctic strategies that you mentioned. We talked about this the other day. The Army's Arctic strategy says regain Arctic dominance. In order to regain something, you needed to have had it before, right? We have never dominated the Arctic, and so the simple title of that is a ridiculous title, and it's indicative. And we can go down the examples of all the other problems with all the various Arctic strategies in the U.S., but it's broadly indicative of the collective hubris and ignorance that the United States has with regard to this region. The vast majority of that stuff that you saw in that video, most of our policy and strategy makers have no idea what it's like. They have no idea what it's like to have your eyeballs freeze shut in negative 40 degrees, right? They simply don't. And unless or until we have policymakers and strategists that are engaging in this environment and know what it's like to live and operate and work in negative 40, in the dark, 24/7, and things like this, we are going to continue to have these ignorant policies. And I don't frankly know what the United States will do. Again, I think it's going to be much more about personal or direct interest rather than this idea of protecting, promoting, and preserving like it was. But we're certainly going to see a change. I think it will be much more self-serving than it has been. However, I hope and I believe that the U.S., at least the military, will continue to work with the likes of Norway and Sweden and Finland specifically in our continued Arctic training. Hopefully, we'll see.
So could we maybe then make the hypothesis that it might be very North American Arctic focused rather than broad Arctic?
Fair assessment. The other thing, too, that I didn't mention, that you bring this up, is the U.S. is certainly not making any friends right now in Ottawa, if we're following the relations there. And Canada had been our biggest, literally and figuratively, our biggest Arctic ally and partner over the course of many decades. And I certainly see some antagonistic approaches now coming out of Washington, at least pointed north. So I think it'll be much more of a, maybe not so much a North American focus, but it's certainly going to be a U.S. focused. However, several of my colleagues in Alaska, I'm an affiliate professor up at the University of Alaska Fairbanks in the Center for Arctic Security and Resilience, and I can tell you, I go up there all the time, and they feel like they're being cut off and sidelined. Alaska, in many ways, feels irrelevant in the Arctic conversation, and yet it's the only Arctic coastline that the United States actually has. So there's a lot that's going to happen. I think that we're going to see some evolving interests or evolving investments in certainly our infrastructure, but icebreakers specifically, the Trump administration has constantly talked about, and they did in the previous administration, talked about investing in icebreakers. The Polar Security Cutter program is coming out. It is already out. We're going to wait and see how long it actually takes to construct some of these vessels. They're saying mid to late 2020s. I don't buy it. I think it'll be probably 2030 at the earliest before we even see one fielded. But that's yet to be determined. We'll see what happens.
Great, thanks, Ryan. I want to shift to Europe now. So Norway, Carrie. The Norwegian perspective. We talked about this. You mentioned this backstage before we came out. Norway borders Russia. Russia, of course, is the biggest Arctic actor for Russia, the Arctic, the Northern Sea route, developing the resources. It's bread and butter almost. It's window to the world. It's global window. Based off of your professional experience, what is the Norwegian perception when it comes to Russia in the Arctic as well as China in the Arctic? And how has Russia in particular navigated this new situation that we're kind of hinting at following its attack on Ukraine in 2022 in the Arctic?
Well, you're asking both about Norway and Russia, so I'll do both. When it comes to Russia, I mean, Russia is the biggest Arctic state, right, in terms of territories. And during Vladimir Putin, I would say the Arctic has been hyped a lot as the Russian region that really shows that Russia is a great power, you know, Russia, because of these territories, because of all the resources. So this is very much part of the Kremlin's narrative about being a great power. It has to do with the Arctic. It's important to Russian identity and self-perception as a great power in the world. On the other hand, it's a fact that Russia cannot develop the Arctic alone. And this has been true throughout history. So for the post-Soviet period, what Russia has been doing is very much inviting Western partners, NATO partners, into its Arctic to cooperate on oil and gas and all kinds of extractivism, and most of this has failed, I would say. No big oil and gas projects with Norway, for example. But since 2014, and in particular since 2022, the pivot towards Asia has been great in Russian Arctic policy, so they're very much relying on China now, which we will come back to, I guess. And India benefits a lot from buying cheap Russian oil. So this whole reconfiguration of how the Arctic works in terms of governance and cooperation is big. And I think we are way past these ideas of high north, low tensions, and being able to actually cooperate. I think we're seeing a very clearly divided Arctic. We're seeing the NATO Arctic, and then we have Russia's Arctic, backed very concretely by China as a near Arctic state. And it's really also interesting, if we remember back, Russia was very negative to China seeking this status as a near Arctic state in the Arctic Council, if we go 15, 18 years back in time, because Russia knows that she will depend on China in Arctic issues. Since the tensions between Russia and the Western states have been growing in the Arctic, Russia changed its position and has been welcoming China very much into the Arctic. So we're seeing a whole new reconfiguration. This is also part of the new great power competition in the Arctic, of course, that it's actually dividing in a way reminding us of the Cold War in many ways. As for Norway, Norway has for long been cautious, I said, very much complying with Russian Arctic policies and very much open to Russian pressure, I would say. And even if we now are changing our defense policies in military terms, I think we still have, in the Norwegian public, we have a long way to go in terms of Russia's psychological warfare and these more hybrid actions that we're seeing. I mean, Russia is not posing openly as an aggressor in the Arctic. This is probably because it doesn't serve Russia's interests in the Arctic. But we have seen in Norway, in Sweden and Finland in particular, when they were waiting for the NATO membership, we've seen an increasing amount of hybrid operations. These are difficult to attribute, of course, so we cannot say for sure that this is Russia, but Russia has an interest in harassing, manipulating, disturbing the Nordic states in the northern regions. So we've seen a lot of this over the last 3 years.
A lot of below the threshold kind of.
Below the threshold kind of. We saw the cutting of one of the two mainland Svalbard cables, which is vital, of course, to the Norwegian community in Svalbard. And we've seen a lot of this in the Baltic Sea, cutting of seabed cables. What I've been studying lately is Russian memory policy. so the Kremlin's memory policy and how this also spreads to the Arctic. We've seen it in Kirkenes, which is the Norwegian town bordering Russia, because we have a Russian general consulate who are very eager to celebrate May 9 and all kinds of dates in the Russian military calendar. And since 2022, we've seen this also in Svalbard, actually, because Svalbard has a small Russian population. Russia is not big in Svalbard in terms of economics, and the population is very low. But all kinds of low-cost, cost-efficient hybrid operations like staging, orchestrating May 9 parades, immortal regiment parades, celebrating Russian Navy Day with military mock parades in Svalbard waters. All these kinds of things have become regular, actually, in Svalbard over the last 3 years. And it's quite worrying, I would say.
So then let me ask just one more follow-up question onto that. How does Norway react to that when it sees these types of manifestations, the activity of the Russian minority in those parts of the country? What is the reaction of the Norwegian government, and what do they try to do maybe to address that without obviously playing into some other things?
Yeah, very good question. I mean, these things are difficult to handle, of course. Gray zone provocations who are strategically making use of Norway's freedom of speech, freedom of symbols, freedom of expression. The Immortal Regiment parades, the Victory Day parades in Svalbard are within the law. But they're militaristic, revanchist, neo-imperialist shows. They're very propagandistic. The first way of handling this in 2022-23 from Norway's Ministry of Justice and the governor in Svalbard was to overlook it, keep it calm. Then all of a sudden, a Russian bishop visited Pyramiden, which is the Russian ghost town in Svalbard, inaugurating and sprinkling with holy water this 7-meter-high Russian Orthodox cross, which was erected right outside of the property of Russia. Russia has some property on Svalbard. So it was deliberately, they were digging into soil where they knew that the governor of Svalbard and the Norwegian Ministry of Justice had to react because they were violating the Svalbard Environmental Act. So they sort of provoked a reaction from Norway. So Norway is working on how to react, trying to be diplomatic, not to allow for Russian accusations of Norway being Russophobic or Norway discriminating against Russia. So the cross is still there, but it's moved into Pyramiden, where they can actually dig and make a fundament for a cross. So Norway is pretty diplomatic, I would say.
Okay. Ryan, I want to turn to you one more time, and then we're going to go to Michał in 1 second. Building up on Russia and the Arctic, how do you see U.S. relations playing out with Russia in the Arctic? I know that during some of the discussions that have been going around with the possible, again, Trump reset with Russia, that cooperation in the Arctic is an element of that, or could be an element of that. There is scientific cooperation between most of the Arctic sides, including Russia, but here we're talking about political and not only. So how do you see kind of the future of that cooperation panning out between those two great powers? And then if you want to kind of tack China into your conversation as well, it would be interesting to hear what you have to say as well, too.
I think we're going to see I hesitate even saying this, but I really do see the indicators of this. I think we're going to see a more pro-Russia approach, not necessarily a one that appeases Russia in any way, shape, or form, but relative to past years, and even the Trump 1.0 administration, I think we are going to see in this Trump 2.0, the second term, a much more pro-Russia approach, right? And we've seen some of these dynamics coming back out with Putin and Trump. This relationship and this dialogue is well covered. So I think we're going to see, again, a much more favorable approach to dealing with Russia, relating to Russia. The fundamental challenge that the United States has right now is that we still have on the books, and we have had since 2015, a law that prohibits bilateral to military cooperation. And this is you can look up the National Defense Authorization Act from FY 2015, I believe, is when we codified it. And every administration, every year since, has continued to maintain this law on the books. And it literally prohibits bilateral military cooperation with the Russian Federation. So anything from the United States, the federal government, and any of our funds cannot be used to support cooperation with the Russian Federation in any way, shape, or form. Doing diplomatic type stuff is separate. It doesn't prohibit diplomatic efforts and so forth, but that is nonetheless a fundamental obstacle to engaging with Russia if we wanted to have a much more, again, a favorable approach or a more supportive approach. These legal obstacles, these administrative obstacles still present challenges. So I actually wrote an article a couple of months ago that advocated for revisiting some of these things and maybe potentially, if you don't like the law, then change it, right? Having a much more pragmatic conversation, a much more pragmatic approach to advancing U.S. interests, which I think we're going to see and we are seeing. Relative to China, however, given that I think that the United States is going to take a more pro-Russia approach, they're certainly going to take an anti-China approach. We've definitely seen that. If you look at some of the appointments within the Trump administration, especially in the DOD, and you look at some of the folks that have been appointed to some of these high-level policy and strategy positions that are presiding over now the apparatus that is the Department of Defense in the U.S., most of these folks are China hawks. They are absolute China watchers, China hawks, and they say China is the #1 problem globally, geopolitically, diplomatically, militarily, you name it. And so it's not necessarily that we are dismissing Russia in any way, shape, or form, but from the U.S. perspective, but we are just focusing more so on China. And we're seeing China, all these dual-use activities in the Arctic, and the U.S. is absolutely watching this, absolutely, and tracking it by way of a threat. I don't necessarily know that we've assessed that China poses a direct threat in the Arctic yet. However, we're certainly watching much of the dual-use activity that's coming out of the research vessels and many of the icebreakers that China has sent up, or at least one of them we track specifically. And we're looking at a lot of that, and we're looking at the evolving Chinese influence and expansion efforts in the Arctic, and certainly watching as a potential area of concern. However, it hasn't quite boiled over to that point yet. So,
thanks, Ryan. Michał, I want to pull you in now to this conversation. With your unique background when it comes to the Polish perspective and your work in helping shape some of the strategic documents that came out in relation to Poland's position in the Arctic, as well as the Antarctic, the polar position. So Poland is obviously a longtime stakeholder in the Arctic. Since 1998, it's been part of the Arctic Council. How does Poland view the political dynamics in the region and kind of the social and ecological aspects that are going on?
Well, it's not so short story, because we started to be involved in the Arctic through science in the 1930s. So we are to some extent a guest in the Arctic for almost 100 years. And this is mostly based on science and research. And to be honest, this research is mostly conducted in Svalbard. So our perspective on Arctic is not pan-Arctic, it's rather European Arctic. So this is the first thing I would like to stress. And actually it's true, Poland has issued its Polish polar policy, in 2020, in a very difficult moment just before pandemic started. So its implementation is not fully advanced, I would say. However, as a average strategic document, this document also has some very general goals. And I would say that Poland definitely should do whatever is possible to achieve the goals, because they are very constructive. Poland is in favor of peaceful cooperation in dialogue with indigenous peoples, is in favor of science-based governance system, which is mostly Arctic Council activities. So I would say that we, Poland, would like to see continuation of the current system, because the system is open for non-Arctic participants, non-Arctic stakeholders. And the situation will change with aggression of Russia on Ukraine. Definitely threatened this system from Polish perspective because Arctic Council was paused and programs were just stopped. And the possibility to develop this cooperation is not obvious nowadays. And I think probably like many other states, we are waiting for specific decisions of Trump administration and how this country going to approach Arctic collaboration, how they will be engaged in Arctic Council, whether they will follow some patterns or just ignore this institution, this forum. So I would say that we try to monitor the situation, we hope for the best. We also try to communicate with like-minded non-Arctic partners and Arctic partners which share our hopes, I would say. So actually we are too small to make a difference, even if we hold something like what is called Warsaw format meetings for non-Arctic states since 10 years. This is just a side event for Arctic, non-Arctic stakeholders. We are not the main player here, so we need just to observe and adjust.
Carrie, I know you wanted to.
Yeah, I just wanted to briefly follow up because Norway very much sympathizes and shares this perspective on an Arctic Council and the important work that the Council has been doing on Arctic environment, climate policies and indigenous issues as under threat. And this is why Norway spent its chairship for 2 years, which was finished recently, a few weeks ago. Spent its chairship on trying to make sure that the Arctic Council survived. And it did, in the sense that Russia is included on working group level. So the Council somehow still functions with digital meetings, so no in-person meetings to my knowledge at least, and no political representation from the Russian side. And then this is an ambiguous strategy, I would say, and I'm very curious to see how Denmark will continue this policy of Norway, or if they will somehow break with a rather soft approach to Russia, because what we also have seen is that Russia has been very actively messaging all throughout Norway's chairship to make sure that she was not totally excluded from the Arctic Council. And this is, I would say, and this is my opinion, that Russia is not interested in staying in the Arctic Council because she intends to spend a lot of political efforts on environmental issues. It has to do with influence. So Russia cannot face, or the Kremlin does not want to face a situation where they, as the Arctic great power, are not part of the important Arctic Council. So they need the seat for influence, I would say. And we know that, for example, the indigenous representation in the Arctic Council is totally controlled by the Kremlin. It was co-opted in 2012, the RAIPON, so the umbrella Russian Indigenous Peoples Organization, whereas the oppositional indigenous groups are in exile. They're outside of Russia now, and they're trying to establish their own structures and working for true indigenous rights, not the Kremlin's version of indigenous rights. So the whole Arctic Council issue is very complex. I mean, I believe all Western states, and I hope also the US, wants the Council to survive, because it's doing really important work, which is obstructed by this awful warfare that Russia is conducting. But it's not a given that we can continue to include Russia in the Council, I would say.
I think those are very interesting points when it comes to the future of this governance structure that's been over the Arctic for so long. I want to turn back to Michał for a quick second. When it comes to Poland's priorities Arctic-wise, what would you say would be, in your opinion, the top 2 or 3 that you mentioned? There are some points in the strategic documents that Poland's put out that are good and that it should achieve or work towards achieving. What would you say those points should be?
Well, I think that definitely, even if we talk a lot about the geopolitical things, we cannot forget about climate change. And it was the main topic in the Arctic discussions for more than decades, and it just not disappeared. And from Poland's perspective, research on climate change are essential contribution we can bring to the table. So we do hope to continue this in collaboration with partners, particularly from Norway, from Canada, other Nordic states. I also would like to have North American partners from the United States. So we are open for this kind of collaboration, but at the same time we are aware that the Arctic is slowly getting closed to some extent for security reasons. So this is first thing we should consider. Secondly, I think that what we could do is offer much more collaboration on bilateral relations. Arctic hasn't been prioritized in these relations too much, and I think it is something we can offer, referring to our business opportunities, for example, to people from Poland being engaged in different forms in different Arctic states. I think here about Iceland, for example, in Polish migration in this country. So there's a lot of things we can discuss with our partners. And the last, probably very domestic challenge is to make Arctic much more important in the political agenda. And I think it is something we strongly should do, because I think that a lot of important things is taking place in this region. And building on what you just Kari said, it would be hard to imagine collaboration in the Arctic Council, listening while President of the United States is threatening to Denmark about Greenland, or is having some things to Canada, which are also long-standing partners. So this kind of discussion really need to be somehow resolved in the near future, because time is not taking in our, I would say, for good sake of our Arctic, right? Climate change is not waiting for our decisions. It's progressing. So let's do it quickly as much as possible. Thank you.
Great. Before we turn over to questions and take some questions from our audience, which I hope we'll have plenty of before lunch, I would like to mention as well. I might just ask one more overarching question to all three in relation to the question of the future of the Arctic Council. So Ryan, I'd like you to chime in, kind of maybe again, forecast, if you can, the US view when it comes to that. How engaged will it be, might it be? And then also the China question, right? China's position in the Arctic. From the Norwegian perspective, how does Poland see that as well? Productive, counterproductive, indifferent? So maybe if we could just handle that topic, and then we'll turn over and take some questions from the audience.
U.S. perspective on the Arctic Council with regard to Russia in particular. We know if you're following the Arctic in general, you know what happened with since the invasion in 2022. Most of, if not all, and the U.S. did to a point, but the other seven members of the Arctic Council basically cut off relations with Russia. Now we've normalized some of this back. We've brought some of these relationships back, and Kari mentioned some of the activities that have been happening and bringing Russia back into some of the working groups and so forth. But Russia was the chair of the Arctic Council from 21 to 2023, and the other Arctic Council members cut off relations with them. So you had effectively a non-functioning diplomatic forum, right? And in many ways, it was counterproductive to trying to, again, not trying to appease Russia by any stretch, but it was counterproductive to trying to maintain some sort of diplomatic relation with this country when you cut off the last functioning diplomatic forum and you cut the country off from every point of dialogue possible. Who knows, right? You've got, then that's the recipe for misunderstanding, miscalculation, escalation, all sorts of other things that we can get in and engage with the hyperbolic rhetoric, right? But this is part of the risk when you cut these relationships off. So as far as the United States is concerned, again, I can't tell you what the Trump administration will do. My sense of it is that, I mentioned before, the administration will take a much more pro-Russia approach, a pragmatic approach to, again, foot stomp and emphasize that point. I think that's really where where the U.S. will go with regard to its relations with Russia, I do believe that we're going to see an advancement within the Arctic Council, using that as the existing forum to try to, I'll use the term again, normalize relations to the extent that we can, understanding that it's a very fine line to walk so that we are not perceived as appeasing this country, which is an international belligerent, right? So there's a lot of delicate type stuff that the U.S. has to navigate here, also so as to not effectively, excuse the language, but piss off our partners and our allies in NATO, right? And there's a lot of nuance to that as well. So I think there's going to be, we will certainly see a different approach with the Trump administration, a departure from the previous norm, both in the first administration and the Biden administration. Certainly, we're going to see a much more, positive and or pragmatic approach to at least dealing with Russia by, with, and through the Arctic Council. And then, again, I'll emphasize the point that I already made, that the U.S. will probably do everything it can to box out, block out, deter, and or deny China access and expansion as much as it's trying to, right? The U.S. will do whatever it can, is my sense, to try to deny China those opportunities in the Arctic. So we certainly see China as much more of a concern than we do Russia. We know that Russia's primary concern in the Arctic is maintaining economic access, right? And that's, the United States is not going to try to antagonize Russia when it simply views it as a country that's just trying to maintain its access to its own resources. So.
Great, thank you, Kerry. China, Norway, Arctic, how do you see it?
These are truly interesting times. I mean, how the U.S. will navigate the Sino-Russian relations, which are strengthened. They're strengthening and they're growing day by day in the Arctic. Yeah, it will be interesting to follow that. As for Norway, I mean, Norway is very set on, as a small state and with huge Arctic territories and waters, we are very set on, in every way, setting the stage for true international cooperation on scientific research in the Arctic, on climate change, on all these important issues. And as for China, there was a big delegation with our Prime Minister in China last year, only a few months ago, with ministers and businesses. And so Norway is very open to China's arguments that China's key interest in the Arctic is the environment and understanding climate change, because this is vital to all the huge Chinese cities on the eastern coast, right? They will be affected gravely by higher sea levels and all kinds of climate change. So Norway really wants to believe that this is China's primary agenda. This is my interpretation. And Norway is very much including China as a near-Arctic state, very positive to China in the Arctic Council. On the other hand, we've seen a few instances of Sino-Russian cooperation, which are really worrying to Norway. Military drills in Arctic seas, far from Norway, that is, but still the Chinese Coast Guard was all of a sudden signing an agreement of cooperation with the Russian Coast Guard, which would affect Norway's sea border with Russia directly in the Barents Sea, potentially. And we've also seen some minor Chinese, we don't know what it is, hybrid operations or whatever in Svalbard, similar of what Russia has been conducting. So Norway is becoming more aware of China also as a potential threat due to the strong bond with Russia in the Arctic, I would say.
Michał, if you could kind of tickle that question a little bit as well, from one non-Arctic state looking at another non-Arctic state, how is Poland's perception of China in the Arctic, India in the Arctic, some of those other countries?
Well, I think that it's interesting to see some kind of trajectory in the development of non-Arctic states, observers to the Arctic Council. how our policy has been evolving since probably more than a decade. I remember once it was in Reykjavik during Arctic Circle conferences, somebody said, probably it was President Grimson, who said that Arctic is open for everyone who is respecting Arctic rules, rules of the house. And now I'm thinking whether it is still true, whether the Arctic states are following these rules. And I have some objections for this. So it is difficult to judge non-Arctic observers whether they follow or not follow these rules. And definitely the group is very diverse with different India, China, Japan, with different interests comparing to European observers. So I think that is difficult to say what is a common ground for all these countries at this moment. I think that they should probably keep their finger crossed for stability and peace in the Arctic. But probably this is not the best moment to advance their own interests, because it can bring a risk of a conflict between Arctic and non-Arctic states, which is now maybe hard to imagine from the perspective you just mentioned about Russia and China collaboration. But we know that this collaboration also has its limits. So in maybe future, the fragmentation or reorientation will have different shapes. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I want to turn to the audience now. I see a few hands, so we'll go to the gentleman here, and then we'll go on this side. The gentleman, the lady in the back.
Thank you. Yes, Tomasz Lukaszuk, University of Warsaw, expert on maritime governance. Speaking about Arctic Council, so if three of you are aware of some joint actions of Russia and China, and probably Arctic Council is no longer only about environment, so what's your perspective on turning Arctic Council on something about trade and also security? Thank you.
Okay, we'll collect a few and then we can bounce back. Kinga in the back had a question as well, and then we'll jump to this side. Yes.
Kinga Dudzińska, Polish Institute of International Affairs. So I would like to ask at least all panelists in practice, so about the priorities in Arctic. We've got actually the non-Arctic states which are focusing on the strategic point of view regarding US, Russia and China, watching Arctic not necessary as non-Arctic states. So as Kari mentioned, Norway and minority indigenous people, for example, policy which will focus and the main problem in Arctic Council, for example, and the soft power using an Arctic Council at least till now. So having the point of strategy of global and those Arctic states, what is the priority at the moment, and how to deal in practice or not deal with Russia? Thank you.
Thank you. Maybe Justyna in the first row, and then we'll go to the two hands in the back as well.
Thanks, Pavel. Justyna Szczurlik, the Polish Institute of International Affairs. I have a question about China's presence in the Arctic, because for me, I'm not very clear, but I would like to ask you, to which extent China is present and active in this region? Is China a new kid on the block, or maybe China has been present and active for years? Because, you know, I'm asking the question, but I remember that many, many years ago, there was a kind of a myth that China has been colonizing the Siberia, for example, which was not true. So now I know that Russia is active, and of course, China-Russia cooperation, China is interested in this region. I would like to ask, to some extent, China is already there. Thank you.
We'll go to Balkan, and then Jakub.
Thank you, Balkan Devlan, Canada. Two interrelated questions. One, how do we strengthen the connections between the European High North, European Arctic, and the North American Arctic, given the challenges tend to be slightly different on military and defense? And related to that, how can we think about the connections between our Arctic, Nordic, and the Baltic seas, given that major Arctic powers such as Sweden, Denmark, Finland are also major Baltic powers, and Canada, given our presence in Latvia, can be considered a Baltic power. How can we think about that? Thank you.
Good, great.
Jakub Brasa, the Institute of New Europe. I have a question specifically to Ryan. Today marks 45 days since President Trump signed into law a new executive order titled Restoring America's Maritime Dominance. We all know that it's impossible to restore dominance without real capabilities, and among many things that this executive order mandates is the putting together a comprehensive across the government review of America's shipbuilding capabilities within 45 days. So do you see from your perspective a serious effort ongoing within the administration to meet the criteria or the requirements of this executive order? Thank you.
Great, thanks so much. So the bad news is that we have about 8 minutes left, so that gives about 3 minutes per question and a smorgasbord of questions here. The good news is, however, that our panelists will be at lunch, so you can engage them much more. So maybe 3 minutes per, and we'll go in the same order. So Ryan, if you want to start, you can take your pick as to what you want to address from those questions.
I'll address the direct question here with regard to the shipbuilding capabilities. I don't think there's a snowball's chance in hell that the U.S. meets that timeline or deadline, and frankly don't see a reality where the U.S. meets any or all of the mandates in that executive order by way of, and we certainly have the intent, there's no question about that, right? But whether we can actually do provide those reports first and foremost, right, is going to be a challenge. And secondly, can we meet those mandates? I don't see it happening. We go back to the Coast Guard Polar Security Cutter program and some of the other things. There was an executive order, I believe in 2020, don't quote me on the exact date, but I believe it was July of 2020 that President Trump signed mandating a full and comprehensive review of icebreaker capabilities, right? And trying to, he actually wrote about weaponizing and putting armament on research vessels, on icebreakers. And made a proclamation basically that we should establish a new icebreaker program and we need to modernize, we need to invest in all sorts of other stuff. And essentially nothing came from that, right? And so we have this, we've got the Polar Security Cutter program that's been authorized, but again, we just don't see it advancing the way it should by way of the initial timelines and projections. So I'm a pessimist when it comes to some of this stuff. I've lived and worked in the United States government for 20 years in various capacities, both in and out of uniform, and the bureaucracy is intractable in so many ways. So I just don't see a whole hell of a lot of progress happening on that front. That's a pessimistic view, admittedly, but that is my perspective. I'll note the question about the Arctic Council with regard to the security potential for a security mandate. Again, not a snowball's chance in hell is my sense. The Arctic Council has fundamentally rejected the idea of discussing security and militarization of any kind within its forums, and I believe it will continue to maintain that opposition to anything with regard to security, and we can debate whether that's prudent or not. I've got my own opinions on that, but that is nonetheless the reality. I think that the Arctic Council will be steadfast in its resistance to adopting a security mandate of any kind.
Great, thank you, Ryan. Carrie, go ahead, take your pick.
Yeah, since we have little time, I'll just say that I agree with everything Ryan said on the Arctic Council and security. This is my view as well. As for, and I mean, we are all sorry that this is the situation, of course, but I think it's true that the Arctic Council has outplayed its role in a certain sense, and that the big security issues is not on its agenda, and they do not want it on the agenda. So they are sidelined by the growing security tensions and the spillover to Arctic affairs as well. As for China's presence in the Arctic, well, I mean, it's limited still, but Russia is very much inviting China into investing in the Northern Sea route, which has been a giant prestige project for the Kremlin for years. I mean, it was a prestige project for Stalin in its original form. But it's costly, so Russia is doing its utmost to attract Chinese investments in port facilities, in all kinds of infrastructure with the Northern Sea route. We know, of course, that China is also interested in another sea route, which would navigate the international waters across the really central Arctic basin once this opens up, or it's technically and economically viable to navigate these waters. So China's Arctic agenda is not the same as Russia's Arctic agenda, of course, but Russia is doing its job attracting China to the Arctic and using its huge Arctic territories for what they're worth to build cooperation with China. China is present on Svalbard very concretely. They have a research station in Ny-Ålesund, which is the Norwegian science village in Svalbard, where Norway facilitates all signatory states to the Svalbard Treaty who would like to do natural science research with Svalbard as a platform. Russia has launched, or Arctic Ogle, the Russian state mining company in Svalbard, has been launching these plans for its own research complex in Barentsburg or perhaps Pyramiden, we don't know. And Russia really wants China to be part of this new BRICS based research center. So Russia wants to establish its own international research center with friendly states, of course competing with Norway as the one who has sovereignty over Svalbard, also in terms of research. So this is another rather sensitive issue for Norway, China's presence on Svalbard. So we will be curious to see how this all develops.
Great. Michał, please go ahead. Take your pick.
On China in the Arctic, I just would like to add that China has a very long-standing polar experience, because this is not only Arctic but also Antarctic. So this is something not new for China to have this experience, and I would say even ambitious related with the polar regions in general. Referring to the question about Arctic Council perspective to reshape its construction, I agree with Ryan. I also have some arguments why it is not so easy, because we had something like Arctic Economic Council, we have Arctic Coast Guard Forum for a couple of years. These bodies didn't make any specific career, they didn't have any specific achievements or accomplishments. So I would say that so far it was not possible to find these elements which would be good ground or foundation for this kind of development. And this refers also to the question about the strengthening connection between European and North American perspective or interests. I would say that natural bridge would be Greenland, but I don't have idea at this moment what to advise and to whom actually. So I just hope that the sovereignty rights will be respected. But definitely it would be something what can bridge partners from different countries. But as far as we know, these resources which are expected to be found or are identified have a strategic meaning for all partners, so nobody is willing to share. So this is the problem, that now we have a lot of egoistic interests in the Arctic, and this prevents collaboration, which is always based on the trust. And I think that we lost this trust 3 years ago. And how to create it again, and there will be a challenge for probably next generations. I'm sorry. Thank you.
Great, thank you so much, Michał. Ryan, Carrie, Michał, we've successfully navigated some of the uncharted Arctic waters. So please give my colleagues a round of applause for their inputs, for the very interesting discussion, and I hope that we can continue these Arctic discussions here in Warsaw, so thank you.
Paweł, please join us here for a quick overview of the discussion. That was very interesting. So the Arctic may seem like a deserted and cold place, but it is important for the international relations nevertheless. From the conversation you moderated, we can see that the stakes are high. What are they exactly?
Yeah, well, I mean, you know, it's the economic development, the opportunities that are there, it's power projection and influence for a lot of countries, or maintaining that influence for someone like Russia, as we heard so much, or you know, getting on board in what's available there, kind of what China wants to do. So there's a whole slew of things involved geopolitically when it comes to the region, and I'm happy that these points were made by our colleagues.
Excellent. Thank you, Pavel, for this excellent moderation. Ladies and gentlemen, let's take a break. Please enjoy lunch and join us again at 2:30 for the afternoon panels, starting with a discussion on laws and peace and peace and conflict. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. Our next discussion dives into the intersection of law, peace building, and wartime accountability, from Ukraine to the Middle East. Please join me in welcoming
Comfort Arrow, President and CEO from International Crisis Group.
Michael O'Flaherty, Commissioner for Human Rights of the Council of Europe.
This panel will be moderated by Patrick Labuda, Assistant Professor of International Law and International Relations at Central European University.
But please enjoy the clip first.
So welcome back after the lunch break. We have two exciting speakers and a great topic that I hope will keep us awake after lunch. So in this panel, we want to do three things. First, to discuss the situation in Ukraine and the Middle East. Then reflect a little bit on international law, what role it has or has not played in these conflicts and beyond. And then maybe extract some trends from Ukraine and the Middle East that help us think about shifts in the global order and multilateralism more generally. So I'll begin with two more general questions to both panelists, and please take them in the direction you want to take them. So drawing on your work, your expertise, can you tell us how you evaluate the current international security situation at large? And then more specifically, if you could tell us what you think the perceptions of international law and international institutions are in 2025. Do people still look to international law and institutions with hope, or is there a sense that they have somehow failed? So maybe Comfort, if you could get us started.
Thank you very much, and it's a real pleasure to be at the conference and also to be with you as well. And it's our first interaction, but I know that you are familiar with our work, and we're very much familiar with what you're doing. An evaluation of where we are today, the world was changing already. But it's accelerated in a direction that I think a number of people has left a number of people even more concerned. The guardrails were already going in the wrong directions. The guardrails that would often constrain bad behavior, the guardrails that would oftentimes you could use as levers to prevent leaders from abusing and misusing the international law and tools. And of course, at the heart, the center of gravity, key institutions like the UN themselves are increasingly looking weaker and fragile, and a number of question marks about their viability going forward as well. And of course, when one of the chief architects of the institutions and of the tools and the rules is able to bend it to his or her own will and challenge the essence of the rules-based law, then you begin to wonder what the direction is of international relations as well. So it's a worrying time, and also at the same time, you're seeing wars rising. You've seen a willingness to use the worst kind of instruments against civilians. So more civilian casualty, more human cost to war, more humanitarian catastrophe. 59 wars, for example, that we counted last year since the end of the Second World War. So the picture looks pretty grim and pretty horrible. When we said at the start of the year that we describe 2025 as the year of lawlessness. This is precisely why we said it, because of what we're seeing now in Gaza and what we're seeing in Ukraine, what we're seeing in Myanmar, what we're seeing in Sudan. It's also a year that we characterize as a paradigm shift in terms of what we understood as international relations, as the Western rules-based order. And it was also the year that we saw that the human cost of war was going to go in entirely the wrong direction as well. So there's no good news, and the institutions that you would hope would be a check on the worst excesses of leaders themselves are pretty fragile. Questions about their legitimacy, questions about their viability, and whether leaders are interested in working within the realms of multilateralism, of international cooperation as well. There are some who are still interested, but when even the chamber of international peace and security is increasingly marginalizing itself from the worst excesses, then you begin to wonder what the fate is of international multilateralism going forward as well.
I'm not going to disagree with any of that. You asked us the question in the context of our particular work and activities, and of course my geography is the 46 countries of the Council of Europe, and my focus is human rights. And the link, of course, between my work on human rights and security, which is a dominant issue in this conference, is my firm belief that human security contributes to stronger national and societal security, a security in which citizens have trust in their governments and all else that follows. And from that particular point of view, I've rarely seen things worse in my lifetime. Comfort, you and I were discussing how I first encountered ICG back at the time of the wars in the former Yugoslavia. So I've been at it that long, and I've never seen it more worrying than at present, because it's everything you say, but it's what lies behind it. There's always been monstrous human rights abuse, but today there's monstrous human rights abuse, including a vicious war of aggression very close to here, which I'd like us to come back to. But beyond that, there's something in the last year in particular, which is the centre not holding as firm as it used to. Otherwise democratic, reasonable governments choosing from human rights like an a la carte menu. I'm thinking of our behavior, the behavior of a number of governments on the Belarus border, for instance. This particularly worries me because this is the centre, and as I quoted in another meeting this morning, forgive me for repetition, the Irish poet William Butler Yeats said, when the centre cannot hold, things fall apart. And so this is what adds to my sense of concern right now. As regards institutions, I'm a born and bred multilateralist. I've spent much of my life working in multilateral contexts. I've seen I've seen how frustrating multilateralism is, how slow good outcomes are, but how there's no plan B, there's no alternative. You've got to invest the time in the talking in order to produce useful outcomes. I've seen good multilateral outcomes in this very room, attending OSCE human dimension meetings down through the years. And it's in trouble right now. As Comfort said, the UN is, well, everybody knows, with the impasse in the Security Council, so much that the UN should and could be doing for us isn't the case right now. The UN should be at the heart of the story of supporting a path to peace in Ukraine. It's not the case for reasons we all know, and that's very unfortunate and very dangerous. My own organization, the Council of Europe, is it's a doughty organization. It's been around a long time. It's the champion of human rights, democracy, rule of law on the continent. It's produced an awful lot, and yet it's remarkably underknown and underappreciated. And so it needs to wake itself up, and we need to wake up to its role in our societies. I'm encouraged. I see there's a new Secretary General of the Council of Europe, and I'm very encouraged by the leadership he's showing. But we have to be very vigilant, because as I think I said a moment ago, if we lose multilateral spaces in order to build a just and fair world, there is no alternative. There's no other way to achieve it, as we see from the way so-called peace initiatives are unfolding with regard to Ukraine right now.
Okay, thank you both. I think you've already mentioned a number of crises, challenges, and some of them we'll come back to. But before we pivot to more specific questions, a general question to you both. What would you say is the most pressing challenge today? And more specifically for Europe, what should Europe be paying attention to, both in its neighborhood and maybe farther afield? So Michael, maybe if you could go first.
Okay, again, I'll come back to Ukraine first. Ukraine is the existential challenge to human rights on this continent. It's not just a brutal aggression with the most appalling treatment of civilians on the part of Russia. It's not just about the fate of a single country. It is, of course, the fate of all the other countries surrounding Russia and what might happen to them next. But beyond that, again, this is a battle with our values. It's a battle with the rule of law state, with everything that we have so carefully constructed since the Second World War. And if Putin were to win this battle, then I feel we are, if not, I don't know if we're fatally flawed, we're profoundly damaged in our quest for a world in which, to use the words of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, everyone is free and equal in dignity and in rights. So Ukraine is existential. But there are another great crisis right now, and again, my mandate is only in Europe, in the 46 countries, but I'm looking with horror at what's happening in Gaza. And I'm looking at it because of its impact within the Council of Europe member states. And by the way, that's not for me to suggest that I don't have acute pain for the suffering of people in that region. But I'm looking in particular in Europe at the rise of anti-Semitism, at the rise of anti-Muslim hatred, both of which are directly fueled by the conflict that's going on in the Middle East. I'm looking at the enormous ethical and human rights and indeed legal issues that arise for our member states in terms of arms transfers. It is simply illegal to transfer arms in a context of violation of international law. And I'm even looking now increasingly at the use of our skies. And the extent to which we are facilitating the transport of machinery and weaponry, which will result in death in violation of international law. So that's a second great crisis. And I'll mention just one more, because there's really rather a lot of them. Artificial intelligence. Not AI per se, but getting effective oversight in place. We have reached that moment when we've reached that dystopian moment. The one we spoke of for years as coming in the future, coming in the future. Well, it's here now. With AGI and ASI, we're at the moment where we have to see how we manage that science fiction almost AI that was described to us over the years. We can get it right, but we have to speed up, and we have to make sure we do it before the first disaster.
Comfort?
Again, it's like talking to like-minded friends on the podium as well. So I'm going to agree with everything that you said, and I'm very glad that you broadened the geography of concerns of Europe beyond Ukraine and Gaza. I think the third one that I would ask, because I think we also need to look at the southern border of Europe, and I would say Sudan, and I would say the Sahel as well. And these are two areas where the EU for a long time was a pen holder on the Sudan file with the United States as well. And so the other atrocity, the other place where you're seeing mass violence, the other place where you're seeing the humanitarian catastrophe, the other place where you're seeing states being able to decide the fate of a country in a very horrible way is Sudan as well. 20 years ago, the other big international crisis was Save Darfur. And we don't have the same intensity concern about what is happening there. And you know, we talk about mass starvation and near famine proportion. You can see it in Sudan. The other place also is the Sahel as well, and where the European Union invested about 8 years at a member state level and also at an institution level. And I think the big concern today is whether the EU abandons and creates a vacuum because it's concerned of the presence of Russia. And in fact, it would be a mistake and an indictment on Europe's own international peace and security architecture if it was to turn its back on the Sahel as well. So if you want to be a responsible actor, and if you are very concerned about the rules-based international order, to turn your back against two places where you do have significant influence and leverage, that would be a mistake. So I'd add that to the priorities I think Europe should be concerned about. But you're right about Ukraine. I would say underpinning this, the one lesson or the one instructive thing I think Europe should now understand is that it begins to define for itself in more practical sense what strategic autonomy looks like, because the age of dependence on your transatlantic alliance is surely up for grabs. It's not as steady as it goes in the same way. If we didn't believe President Trump the first time round, I think we take him seriously this time round. That your capability, your diplomatic heft, your military heft as well is also contingent on the strategic autonomy that you build for yourself, and a Europe that doesn't have that ability to shore up itself beyond its diplomacy would be part of the jigsaw that makes it very difficult for it to have any leverage in Ukraine or the Middle East or anywhere else as well.
May I add to that? On strategic autonomy, what is it that would make, what should the autonomous strategy look like for Europe? We're not unique in the world. We're not the only region that deeply embeds values and human rights, but human rights and values are deeply embedded in the story of our Europe, the modern story. And I think it's critical to embed these at the heart of whatever strategic autonomy we develop. I think as I say these words of that speech that J.D. Vance gave in Munich, back at the beginning of the current US administration, a strange speech for many reasons. But one of them was the extent to which he called on Europe to rediscover values. Well, hey, we didn't lose our values, but our values were not the values that he was pronouncing. He was pronouncing values of things like some absolute freedom to say whatever you like, regardless of what you say and who you hurt, in the context of the oversight of digital services and platforms and so forth. But that's not the freedom of speech that we know. We know the freedom that was carefully crafted in the light of the horrors of the Second World War, where the danger of absolute speech was very clearly understood. And I'd like to also come back to the issues of the Sahel and so forth in terms of Europe's actions. Again, my focus, my mandate is within the 46 member states of the Council of Europe. And the link to what you said is that we have to get much more serious about migration. Migration is not going to stop. Migratory flows are as old as history, and they will continue as long as history. And we have to go beyond sticking plaster approaches or just lock up our borders approaches. We have to have much more sophisticated engagement with a human reality that has shaped all of us, by the way. If we all did DNA testing in this room, we would have a very diverse set of origins for each one of us as individuals. But there are things we need to do. We need to have safe and legal pathways into Europe. We need to have humanitarian pathways into Europe. We need to be much more aware of the need to protect human dignity. I'm not, by the way, advocating open borders. It's not some kind of a free-for-all that I'm championing, but rather a more long-term perception of what a human rights-based approach to our borders and to migration, and indeed to the needs of our society. I was visiting a country literally yesterday where they can't begin to find enough workers, either in that country or elsewhere in Europe. And so they're required to establish these safe and legal pathways. We should all be looking at exactly the same, including in the context of the demographics.
Okay, thank you. So I will now turn to the role of norms in conflicts and go a little deeper. And I'll start now with Michael. So I wanted to ask you how you see the role and the limitations of international humanitarian law and human rights frameworks in today's conflicts, focusing in particular on Ukraine, and what you think the challenges are, the particular challenges raised by Russia's invasion of Ukraine for the protection of civilians.
Well, first, the challenges on the part of Russia's behavior. Just read the UN reports. The UN has an excellent team on the ground that's producing periodic reports on what's going on, and it is truly chilling in terms of what they are telling us about Russia's behavior in the temporarily occupied territories of Ukraine, in terms of the people taken back to Russia, including the, as yet we can't verify the amount, the number of children who've been taken, the summary executions, the targeting of civilians, absolutely, there are people here from Ukraine. I don't want to talk about your lived reality on your behalf, but it must be so exhausting, these attacks on civilians night in, night out, for such a long period now. These are brutal attacks on human dignity and therefore on human rights. And then the question arises, but what point law if it can't stop this stuff? You could make an argument that, that law is discredited, but I would ask us to approach this with great care. It's not the law that's discredited, it is the application of the law that's failing. And we must continue to use the prism of humanitarian law, and I'll come back to humanitarian in a moment, but the prism of these bodies of law at all times. Why? The first is that provides the context for accountability. We have to determine what violations of law are being perpetrated in order to hold people and states and institutions accountable for those actions. Now that may not come now, may not come tomorrow. Justice can be a long time in coming, but that is no, I mean, I was gathering data. I set up the human rights monitoring operation in Bosnia, the UN one, in Bosnia-Herzegovina in 1993. We were gathering data all the time, constantly, and we didn't really know why. We didn't know there was going to be a tribunal for the former Yugoslavia. Same in Sierra Leone, where I worked later. We didn't know there was going to be a special court. But hey, when these bodies were established, where did they go for evidence? They went to our reports. And our reports were generated by and based on law. The second thing is, we have to do justice not just against perpetrators, but for victims. And we need a frame of reference there as well, to map the impact on human well-being and dignity of the atrocities that are perpetrated. And applying a human rights prism there is absolutely essential. And then the third, which is my big focus at the moment, is that we have to embed human rights in the pathway to peace for Ukraine. I'm watching the Ukraine peace initiatives with a certain amount of bemusement. I'm learning about them from the media, and it seems to be some kind of reversion to great power negotiation outside all of those multilateral spaces that we so carefully constructed. And the result of that is, it's about transactions. It's not about people. I don't hear any references in what I'm reading to the well-being of civilians in occupied territories, to the return of the children, to putting human rights, putting human dignity, and therefore human rights at the heart of a pathway to reconstruction. My list goes on, including in terms of the return of IDPs and refugees. But human rights is it's our language to deliver respect for human dignity. And that remains as relevant now as ever, notwithstanding the atrocious disregard. One little thing on humanitarian law, and then I'll stop. I'm not a humanitarian lawyer, I'm a human rights lawyer. But I must say, it's worrying for me that somehow Putin can attack a military installation and it's considered a legitimate target, even in a war of aggression, under what I understand to be humanitarian law. It's an entirely provoked, aggressive act by that state, and somehow the current humanitarian law seems to give a space for that to be tolerated. Not all acts, of course, but I'd ask those, including those in the room who are specialists in humanitarian law, once this horror is behind us, to see if there is a need for a reform of the norms in that regard.
Thank you, Michael. So I want to broaden this out, Comfort. If you could maybe tell us a little bit about peace operations, how we should think about the future of peacekeeping, especially with the budget cuts that have been announced now or that are in the pipeline, it seems, for the United Nations. What future do you see for peacekeeping? And I'm thinking here in particular of the centrality of the POC mandate, the protection of civilians mandate, that has become sort of what we associate peacekeeping with. How do you see peacekeeping evolving in the next few years?
Yeah. Just before I answer that question, I want to pick up something that you said about sort of what lessons and reflections the lawyers, especially those who work on IHL, think about. Last week, the UN's humanitarian relief chief, Tom Fletcher, gave what I thought was a significant statement to the Security Council. You could have said that in 95, you could have said that in 94, you could have said it in 2001, 2010 and 2015, a reminder to the international community, to the Chamber of International Peace and Security, that on your watch, these kind of atrocities are happening as well. And so as much as we ascribe lessons to lawyers, it's in that room, it's in that chamber that the change needs to happen. And it connects to what your question is. It's about the politics. If you have the political will, a number of these issues that we're talking about I'm not saying there is a silver bullet, I'm not saying there's a magic bullet, but really it does come down to the primacy of politics, and the ability of that chamber and key leaders themselves. And the reason I say this is because on the eve of President Trump coming to power, we managed to get through. He managed to get through a ceasefire. Now you can look to see what the background that led to that. But here was a leader about to take the helm, and the pressure that he applied, both and the messaging he gave to Hamas, but also the pressure he applied to the Israelis, is also what drove us towards that ceasefire. And the question is how we get back to that as well. So as much as we are going to ask lawyers to reflect about IHL, I also think that the room, the politicians are also the key to unlocking a lot of these dilemmas as well. I don't want to say that there's the time of peacekeeping is dead. I don't want to say peacekeeping operations, but we're at a moment now where the UN has to do less for less. The message has been sent to the UN. There isn't that kind of money to do these kind of massive peacekeeping operations. The UN has got a liquidation crisis, a crisis that was there before the 20th of January. This is a real testing time. The UN has to think through about how it streamlines, how it deals with the overlap of mandates and missions, and then how it begins to make sure that its secretariat is lean and mean to deal with the realities of today. So that is already quite a seismic sort of reflection that the UN has to do. At the same time, there is the question about the legitimacy of UN peacekeeping going forward, because it's only in the last 18 months. We saw Mali shut down, we saw Sudan shut down, and now we're seeing the missions in the Democratic Republic of Congo also shutting down. And then the protection of civilians, it's a political issue. You cannot expect humanitarian agencies, you cannot expect UN peacekeepers to solve the issue of protection of civilians if the Security Council is not willing to use its mandate, its political mandate, to shore up those peacekeeping operations. You cannot expect blue helmets to answer that political question as well. So the assumption that a humanitarian stick is going to be able to deliver that peace dividend is a falsehood as well. It really does boil down to the chamber of the Security Council, making sure that when it sets up these missions, when it sets up these mandates, when it designs these resolutions, it backs them up with a proper political stick. Otherwise, you're going to continue to see civilians at the mercy of a lot of these militias. Your point at the very beginning, Michael, to your question about what is worrying us, the three things that are worrying me today as an organization 30 years on: the norm of non-aggression, the fact that we are living in an age of mass violations against civilians as well, and that the checks and balances that would often control and act as constraints, all of those things are about to walk out the door. And it's not clear to me how you begin to salvage those issues today. That, I think, is a real big indictment on where we are. And we are at an inflection point, and it's a dangerous moment as well. And we are on the verge of losing all these issues that you have worked very hard to protect as well.
So, Comfort, I think that offers a good segue to the next theme, which is geopolitics and how we should think about the role of great power competition in resolving today's conflicts or influencing today's conflicts. And I wanted to ask you how you see the future of peace negotiations in Ukraine. And here, I'm thinking in particular of what you just mentioned, the norm against territorial conquest that seems to be eroding. I mean, I think people look at these negotiations, and from a Ukrainian perspective, I don't want to speak on behalf of Ukrainians, but I think it's well known that there is skepticism about the way in which the negotiations are being done. So how should we think about this?
I think this was going to be the year of some kind of negotiation. The question is how it was going to happen. And we're not Pollyanna-ish about this, whether it started with Trump and talking to Putin or any other way. We were very clear that Ukraine had to be at the table. We were also very clear that this was also not just about Ukraine, but it was also about Europe's future security, and therefore Europe had to be at the table as well. I think there's one fact that hasn't changed, even if the Trump administration has recalibrated itself from the initial fiasco that we saw in February, and sort of the heavy hand and pressure that Trump has put on Zelensky. And even though he's changed and tilted his own position, said that he's frustrated and irritated, it's very clear that he wants a pause, he wants a ceasefire, and he also wants to shift diplomacy to Russia and to Ukraine and to Europe, and to pivot to Asia as well. Now, of course, the notion that I could deliver a deal within my first day, that's gone out of the window. I think the realities of election campaigning and then governance are two different realities as well. So we're seeing the hard grind and slog as well. We gained nothing from. It's not clear to me what we gained last week from the talk that President Trump had with Putin, except he spoke to Zelensky before and he spoke to Zelensky after. And I think that sent an important message also. The other important message for me also is that Europe has come out of this also in a very strong manner. The last 4 months may have looked very hairy, very worrying for Europe, very nerve-wracking for Ukraine, but we have an E4 country, the UK, France, Germany and Poland, who together with this coalition of the willing have both managed to also craft a very strong diplomacy for Europe. Europe looks stronger at stepping up to the plate and beginning to show that it's able to put certain facts on the table in a way that I think the Americans themselves are beginning to see that, look, Europe has stepped up to the plate. Does that change the facts in terms of Putin's side? The demands are still there. He's not interested in a ceasefire. He's not interested in a negotiation. He still wants a pliant Ukraine. He still wants a Ukraine that doesn't have the capability to defend itself. And I think Europe has to continue to be clear about what those security guarantees look like in terms of a strong Ukrainian force, a strong Ukrainian defense mechanism, and a very strong defense industry from the European side. But what I suspect is more protraction down the line, more stalemate, and a Putin that is not really interested in negotiations in the way that President Trump was projecting as well.
Okay, thank you. I'm mindful of the time. So, Michael, if you want to jump in on this, you mentioned already how human rights seem not to be part of the conversation in these peace negotiations. So if you want to maybe comment a little bit on that, and then if I could ask you about the special tribunal for the crime of aggression and the role of institutions in addressing accountability.
Sure, but look, first in terms of Europe stepping up to the plate, it has to be acknowledged that it has been the most generous donor to Ukraine throughout. I believe bigger than the United States, if I stand corrected, but that's my belief. Secondly, the hosting of millions of Ukrainians across Europe has been an act of solidarity of in modern times unprecedented nature, and I think particularly of Poland in terms of the sheer generosity with which people were welcomed. So yes, I agree with the political analysis, but let's not forget the preceding steps, which were important. I just want to say briefly, if I say human rights is in a...
Just to be clear, I'm not questioning what Europe has done until.
And I'm not
I should also say that for a conflict prevention organization to lean in heavily on the idea of militarization, it shows you how forward-leaning that we are. So I don't want to give an impression that we don't see anything else but the defense of Ukraine as well.
No, I fully understand. I wasn't contradicting you either. You know, for many people in this room who aren't embedded in human rights work, saying I need to get human rights, we need to get human rights into the heart of the peace pathway mightn't sound like much at all. So I prefer to say we need to get the honouring of human dignity into the heart of the pathway to peace. And the roadmap for human dignity is human rights. So it comes in that context. And I've said it already, I won't repeat myself. But I'll just give one dimension I didn't mention earlier, which is we need women in the pathway to peace. The UN championed Security Council Resolution 1325, Women, Peace and Security, a reminder of how much we've learned and how much better peace outcomes are when women are involved. And again, there's no structured way to embed that right now because there's no structured multilateral space within which the peace is being built. So I'll leave it on that point. But did you already ask me about the special tribunal? Or?
Yes, if you could maybe...
Yes, yeah. I must say I'm impressed by the work the Council of Europe has been doing in this area. I'm new to the Council of Europe, just a year. And so this work was well underway before I got there. But it is playing a leading role in terms of delivering criminal accountability for atrocities perpetrated against the people of Ukraine. Most recently, with the authorization from the government of Ukraine to go ahead with the establishment of the Special Tribunal for the Crime of Aggression. In other words, a tribunal capable of trying individuals in leadership roles in Russia responsible for the perpetration of the atrocities. It's receiving a lot of support. Something like 40 countries are supporting the preparation for the development the development of the tribunal. It'll be based in The Hague. It'll work in a very complementary fashion to the International Criminal Court. Its work will be slow. It'll only ever deal with a very small number of prosecutions. It'll have to tackle the issue of immunities for the very highest officials, but give time until people step out of office. That's one of the ways to deal with the immunities. It will be able to try people in absentia, which was a huge preoccupation. How do we get our hands on these people? And I think it's very important because it is essential to have personalized, individualized accountability for grave crimes if we're to have serious deterrent effect going into the future. Last thing, this work for a tribunal has to be understood side by side with other work being led by the Council of Europe on compensation for material damage, for personal injury and material damage. And that work is very far advanced now, but we face the hurdle at this point of determining where the resources will come from to deliver the compensation to impacted individuals. But nevertheless, we're further advanced, I would say, at this stage in this horrific cycle of violence than would have been the case in previous analogous conflicts.
Okay, excellent. So I'm going to take this opportunity also to ask Comfort a question. So of course, Europe has united behind Ukraine, and the Special Tribunal for Aggression is a good example of that. But of course, when it comes to specifically this initiative, there has been a reluctance on the part of some states outside of Europe to join this quest for accountability, whether it be before the Special Tribunal or before the International Criminal Court. And so I wanted to ask you, Comfort, why you think certain states, even though they don't necessarily condone Russia's behavior in Ukraine, are reluctant to throw their support behind initiatives like the Special Tribunal or International Criminal Court investigations?
Well, there are some in the Western sphere also that don't, that have not signed up to the ICC as well. So it's not just non-Western countries as well. So I think it's important to recognize that. I don't, I think it goes back to what we were saying about institutions or double standards, or might is right as well. And it's not necessarily that people or states challenge this, but they also see the unevenness of the application of these laws and of these norms, that the rule makers are also the rule breakers as well. You see it domestically and internationally as well. So I wouldn't want to set it up as though there are groups of states who do not want to subscribe to these international architectures or structures, but some of them question the premise in which they were created, and some of them wonder whether what some of them label as judicial imperialism is only for them and will never go after some of the and those who are the architects of this as well. So there was always a question mark about the uneven application of this, and we saw it on the African continent, for example, and we saw it also in dealing with an even hand on a number of the Middle East files. So I would want to sort of reframe how these instruments are used as well. I worked. I was in Sierra Leone. I'm not working for the special court. I was with Crisis Group then, but I was at the UN when Charles Taylor was eventually brought from exile in Nigeria back to Liberia and then taken to the Special Tribunal for Sierra Leone. And I will say it openly, it's on paper. Crisis Group was looking for a formula. And this is not in hindsight, this is what we were thinking at the time. Crisis Group was looking at a formula that allowed us to address the necessary peace that was needed in Liberia and Sierra Leone while dealing with the issue of the accountability that Charles Taylor needed to attend to. And he asked me whether I, Comfort Aero, at the time West Africa Project Director, was calling for him to go to the Special Court for Sierra Leone. And I said yes, so that you can have a fair day in court to answer the allegations that were being made against you. We were accused, when we advocated or when we said that for the sake of peace, that he should go to exile in Nigeria. We were accused of dancing on the graves of tens and thousands of Sierra Leoneans. No, we advocated a message that we ensured that the door of justice was kept open. We made sure that we kept the door open to justice, so that 6 or 7 years later, I couldn't put a time on it, but eventually Nigeria released him and brought him back to Liberia based on the negotiation of two countries, the political negotiation that took place between Liberia and Nigeria. And Nigeria was very clear that when a democratic government was installed in Liberia and requested for Charles Taylor to be brought back to Liberia, that they would do that as well. And Liberia, as a sovereign country, said that it didn't want Charles Taylor to stay in Liberia, but that he was to be handed immediately over to the Special Court and then taken to The Hague. That was how justice was working. Now, the aftermath of that was that nobody ever believed the soft landing approach after that. So when it came to dealing with Omar al-Bashir, when it came to do with Mugabe, when it came to do with Gbagbo and all those things, they always cited what happened in Liberia as the case, as an example of why they don't trust these machineries. But when it works, it can work. I get worried about the special tribunal. I understand the intention as well, but we've got to be careful that while we're trying to negotiate a political process, while I understand the need for accountability, that the timing in which we deploy it doesn't undermine the ability to negotiate. But I understand the intention of what is being applied in the situation that you're trying to pursue vis-a-vis holding the highest people accountable for what has happened in the war aggression against Ukraine.
Could I jump in on that, because it's very personal? I gave evidence in the Charles Taylor trial.
I know, that's why I told the story.
For 2 days, I was in the witness box, 2 meters away from Charles Taylor, and it's among the two most unforgettable days of my life, because I was able to tell all those stories of all those innocent men, women and children who had suffered such unbelievable barbarity somehow under the behest of forces sponsored and empowered by him. I still consider that the day that man was sentenced and sent to jail, where he still is, was a day where in some way justice was done for a barbarity, on the basis of which then a more solid peace could emerge in Sierra Leone. And I remain very strongly of that view. I also, and forgive me, you might think we're going off on a tangent, but you'll remember back in the day in Sierra Leone, there was endless debate was peace or justice. And I never felt that was a fake choice. It isn't about peace or justice. It's about finding a way to integrate peace and justice in a context-specific one that doesn't undermine the peace or the justice. And that's going to look very different in different places.
Okay, so we only have 10 minutes left, so I'm going to open it up to questions in just a moment. If people could already raise their hands so I see how many questions we have. Okay, so before I do that, just one final question to both speakers. So I wanted to ask you what you think we could do in this moment to strengthen respect for international norms and institutions, and whether you see any emerging coalitions that may push this this issue forward. So I'm thinking here of maybe the BRICS as an alternative that might provide an alternative in this tense moment. So if you could share your thoughts on that. Maybe who wants to go first?
Yeah, indeed, some elements of how we could strengthen the current system have already been identified. I think very, very powerfully your one about political will, because you're absolutely right. If you don't have the political will, these things are not going to work. And so obviously political will it remains the starting and the ending point. But beyond that, we have to resource them adequately. Take human rights. Everybody says how important human rights is, but when you look at it as a proportion of the investment in the relevant organizations, it's minuscule. You know, it's 1/3 of the three-legged stool of the United Nations, but the leg of the stool is that length compared to the proper leg of the other two branches. It's no different in the Council of Europe. So states are not willing to give the resources to demonstrate that they're taking adequately that very important institutional function. I spoke earlier about building up an awareness of and a belief in the value of multilateralism. At exactly the moment when it's in greatest danger, we have to do a much better job of selling why it is irreplaceably important, and we're at exactly that moment. And of course, the institutions themselves, the UN is going through this radical restructuring exercise right now. I'm not competent to speak to it, but all such organizations across the world should look very hard at themselves right now and ask, how could we do our job better? What are we doing that we don't need to do anymore? What do we need to do much more of? Things of that nature. And then you mentioned alliances. It's not quite the multilateral organization context, but I'm very heartened and hope-filled by the way young people are driving agendas in our societies. It's some of the greatest social change of recent years, at least in Europe, has been driven by, or is being driven by, young people. Much of the outrage about the climate is a young person-driven movement. Look at the importance of the protests, the peaceful protests on the streets of many European cities right now, and the extent to which they are gathering together all of the unhappiness, all of the unease, all of the demand for better alternatives. Again, it's young people. Black Lives Matter, young people. Now, I'm not deifying young people. I'm not saying somehow that they're the magic solution to everything. I'm just saying there's an amazing resource there with which those of us who are not young people should be in accompaniment and in support, helping them to formulate the political agenda beyond the cry of outrage, and seeing how their decent calls can be embedded in our decision making. The other, just to say, to make clear that I'm not naive, I'm also not blind to the extent to which young people can be radicalized. And we know that young men, in particular, are exposed to all manner of risk of extremist thought and thinking. It's a huge debate. It's kind of beyond the scope today. It's about tackling disinformation. It's about empowering people, making them feel valued in society. But that the fact that some young people get it wrong should in no way discredit the vast potential of young people, not in the future, but right now, to save our world.
Comfort, just very briefly. Okay.
I don't need to say anything because you have people who have
so
their hands up.
thank you. Let's take the question. I saw one question right here in the front.
Okay, thank you. Szymon Zaręba, I'm head of the program on international law and global economy at PISM. Just a short two-phrase comment to what Michael said as regards the Claims Commission. I believe a source for of the money for just compensation for the victims and for the possible damages could be the frozen Russian assets frozen in 2022. Well, but coming to the question, well, probably it will be directed to Comfort because, well, Michael said that, well, he does not deal with the international humanitarian law. My question is, you know, taking into account the topic of this particular panel is that, well, if we think about the laws of conflict, well, with regard to the Middle East and Ukraine, I believe one of the issues which comes into mind is the use, well, the increased use of the artificial intelligence during the military conflicts, right? And I would like to ask you, do you believe the current existing international legal framework is enough, well, to regulate the use of the AI, well, and the possible consequences as regards, for example, the humanitarian law violations, or not? Do you think there should be some other regulations being put in place in the future? Thank you.
That's a good question. And right behind you is my colleague right at the back, Steve Pomper, who's probably in a better position to answer this question about, you know, the sort of the regulatory frameworks around sort of use of certain technologies. So if you don't mind, I'm going to defer and ask Steve, put Steve on the spot to see if he can answer that. Steve is the chief of policy, but also an international lawyer as well for Crisis Group.
So that really is being put on the spot. The answer is probably not, I would say. Obviously, you know, it's a set of technologies that just doesn't have a dedicated body of law committed to it. And you can imagine all kinds of scenarios that simply can't be met when you don't necessarily have a person in the loop to make decisions about targeting and things like that. The problem that we face is that there's, I don't think, any realistic path right now to building some kind of addendum to another protocol to the Geneva Conventions or a new body of law that would have the kind of universality of the Geneva Conventions. So I suspect that this is going to be a body of law like others where we have to extrapolate, reason by analogy, and use the principles that are already out there to try and shape, codes, at least among like-minded countries, for how they behave.
Outside of the conflict context, there is a worrying regulatory gap when it comes to AI in the security and defense context. They're excluded from the AI Act of the EU. They're excluded from the Global Framework Convention on AI of the Council of Europe. And we do need, again, I'm not competent to speak to the conflict context and the IHL context, but we do need instruments in this space. Their exclusion was understandable from the general negotiation of the generic instruments of recent times, but it leaves an issue that is still to be tackled and addressed.
Okay, so we have 1 minute left, so please ask your question.
Rafał Tarnogórski, the Polish Institute of International Affairs. I want to follow up that question because, frankly speaking, I wanted to ask, especially Commissioner O'Flaherty, because you've mentioned general artificial intelligence and even super general intelligence. Whether you perceive this as a threat or an opportunity, but in the context of protection of human rights. If I understood correctly, the general or super general intelligence, that means that would be an entity, self-conscious, trespassing us as a humans in many capacities. What does it mean for the protection of human rights, or for us?
What does it mean for human identity? Never mind human rights. These are exactly the discussions we need to have. I don't have a magic response on that. All I'm asking is that we talk about it. We have to sit down again. We did all the AI discussions 5-6 years ago, the ethics and the human rights and AI discussions. We have to have them again. The technology has gone so fast that I don't have the answer, but I'm searching for it.
Okay, thank you very much. So I think we'll wrap up there. A big round of applause for our speakers.
Thank you to our panelists for this fascinating discussion. Patrick, could you please come over, join us for a quick recap? So I wanted to ask you, could you please share with us your main takeaways from this panel, from this discussion?
Well, I think one of the main takeaways here is that we are definitely in a pivotal moment. There's a lot of tension, many conflicts, overlapping conflicts that are forcing us to ask new questions, questions that we have not necessarily grappled with. One example that I think came up is this issue of peace negotiations in Ukraine. So if the norm against territorial acquisition is eroding, as it seems to be, increasingly states are openly talking about just taking territory from other states. One example that didn't come up is the Democratic Republic of Congo and Rwanda's attempts also to potentially take territory there. Increasingly, it just seems that states are open to things that we thought were unthinkable until very recently. And so I think this raises new questions for peace negotiators in Ukraine, but more generally for us, so people involved in peace and security. How should we think about these questions, and what impact can we really have when it seems that there's just a group of states and a group of powerful actors who seem to be setting the script?
So if I may continue, what should our policymakers and strategies walk away with from this panel?
Well, I think there was definitely a belief in multilateralism and institutions. They may not be perfect, as we heard. There are various problems that I think we want to acknowledge and we want to discuss openly. But at the end of the day, we don't necessarily have better alternatives. And maybe reforming the institutions that we have right now is a better way forward than some more radical ideas that are out there. So I think it's working within the system and trying to build coalitions, look for people who are of a similar persuasion, and finding a way to build these coalitions.
Thank you, Patrick. Thank you for taking that. Now, let's switch our attention to nuclear weapons. In the next panel, we will be discussing nuclear deterrence in Europe with the following guests.
Benjamin Haute-Couverture, Senior Research Fellow at the Foundation for Strategic Research.
Rebecca Heinrichs, Senior Fellow at Hudson Institute and Director of its Keystone Defense Initiative.
Fabian Hoffmann, Doctoral Research Fellow at the Oslo Nuclear Project, University of Oslo.
And Artur Kacprzak, Senior Research Fellow, the Polish Institute of International Affairs.
And this panel will be moderated by Łukasz Kulesa, who is Director of Proliferation and Nuclear Policy at the Royal United Services Institute.
But as usual, first, please enjoy the clip.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It's a grave topic, but I'm glad that the Strategic Ark is also a place where we are tackling some of the challenges for European security, but also for transatlantic relations. And we'll try to finish this session without a bang, rather trying to see how we can avoid a nuclear war, because deterrence is very much the name of the game. And of course, we've been looking at the nuclear threat rising in Europe for quite a while. We are facing a vast and varied nuclear arsenal of Russia. We've seen very assertive Russian nuclear signaling, nuclear coercion starting for 2022, and we've been making changes, including changes in NATO nuclear posture. But we also have a new idea. I mean, a new factor, which is the presidency of Donald Trump, and the concerns about the future of transatlantic relations and the future of extended nuclear deterrence of the United States. And of course, that brings us to discussing the potential alternatives, including alternatives which are based on European capabilities. And France is very much in the center of this discussion. So let me start with you, Benjamin. We have a number of statements from President Macron. We have this offer of a European discussion, a European dialogue on extended deterrence. So what exactly France brings to the table? What are the details of the French proposals? And how does it fit with the long tradition of French nuclear doctrine and with French nuclear capabilities? So what is there, but also what is not there in terms of some of the red lines and constraints with regards to the cooperation and dialogue with European partners?
Yes. Thank you, Lucas. And this is a complex question. Then I will go, and we have not much time, so I will go straight to 5 points. The first point I have is, I'll be very frank. Let us face that when it comes to official French position on deterrence in Europe, and maybe not deterrence for Europe, deterrence in Europe. The very need to decipher official wording shows that it still lacks clarity, and we have to acknowledge that. We used to say that nuclear grammar is subtle, you know. But in short, stating that French nuclear deterrence has a European dimension, because this is the term, as we all know, is not enough, as it is too much open to interpretation. And this leads to my second point. The European opening of French deterrence has been very dynamic in history. A suggestion made by the French presidency is answered to, or it is not, by European capitals. And the answers are supposed to shape the rest of the process. So nobody knows. And on this basis, it was expected, even in the recent past, that a common strategic culture could develop among interested states in Europe. Times have changed. And very recently, as demands have become more operational, because there is now in Europe a sense of urgency, as you know. The third point is that there has never been any question of replacing the transatlantic mechanism. Now that new doubts may emerge or are emerging, it would be either Europe or the transatlantic alliance. And I continue to believe that those terms are not correctly chosen. The US are asking European countries to take sovereign responsibility for their own security. Fair enough. The message is sound, and it has been sound for a long time now. And by the way, Lucas, Article 2 of the newborn French-Polish Treaty of Nancy states that, I quote, "The parties reaffirm their commitment to assume greater responsibility for the security of Europe and its neighborhood, in particular by strengthening the European pillar of NATO." So it still is our common framework. Fourth point, France's constraints, because they are important constraints. First, the country's deterrent force was built as a central force, and this was in opposition to the extended force of the United States. This is DNA. Second, nuclear decision-making is sovereign. It will never be shared. That said, nuclear cooperation has been steadily strengthening with both the United Kingdom and Germany for more than 30 years. And their voice counts very much in the consultation. Then in the short term, at least, the format of the forces, la force de frappe, is constrained by budgetary considerations. In terms of capacity modernization, it has already been determined until decades by the precedent 5 years laws. And finally, it should be borne in mind that the results of the presidential election in 2027 could further restrict what the French presidency would propose to its European partners in the future. Extreme right, I mean, this is a caveat. Let us be cautious. Extreme right people in my country already said they would close that European debate, right? What would do the conservatives? I'm not sure. As to Edouard Philippe from the right center, he would most probably keep the door open and follow the current path by President Macron. Now I will end on what the future steps could be. Declaratory policy, first. In the two Lancaster House agreements of 2010, France and the UK affirmed that no situation can be envisaged in which the interests of one country are not also those of the other. And such a language could be extended at the European level in the future, and I think it must. Operational cooperation, second. Participation in nuclear exercises is an option, of course, as an Italian Air Force refueling aircraft has already participated in one of the periodic poker exercises of the French Strategic Air Forces. Why not? Nuclear-capable Rafale aircraft could be deployed outside France in the future, even if it's not an option at the moment. Consultation and cooperation, last. For now, existing mechanisms are bilateral only. They could have a plurilateral format in the future, at least between those countries, of course, already having strong ties with France. And I think I will stop here for the moment.
Thank you very much, and we'll go and unpack some of these issues further in discussion. But Rebecca, I would like now to come to you. I know that personally you are a strong proponent of modernization of US nuclear arsenal, but also strengthening it, the regional or theater nuclear capabilities. That was, by the way, also some of the recommendations of the 2023 report of the Strategic Posture Commission that you are a member. But we're still not sure whether this would be the Trump administration's policy. So first question to you, when you look at this discussion in Europe, are the European concerns about the reliability of US extended nuclear deterrence justified or overblown? And then the second, how do you see the trajectory of the development of US nuclear posture? You need to deal with two nuclear peer adversary problem, smaller nuclear states like North Korea. So would you be willing and able still to provide extended nuclear deterrence to European allies?
Great. Well, thank you for the privilege to be here. I mean, I'll just, on the first question, our allies are the ones who are going to have the best assessment and judge about whether or not they should be concerned. I tell people, listen, deterrence relies on convincing the adversary that we are willing to impose a cost on him such that he would regret any act of aggression we're seeking to prevent. So deterrence, we can decide what we think is necessary for deterrence, but we're not ultimately the ones who set that criteria. The adversary is the one who decides what's going to be needed to deter him. The corollary for the United States, and I always remind my American colleagues of this, is that allies are the ones who decide what is necessary to assure them. Assurance rests in the minds of our allies. So the question, should allies be concerned? I would just say, you tell me. And then it's up to, I think, the United States to make sure that we're meeting those criteria such that our allies who are on the, I think the front of the alliance, I don't like to call it the flank, I think it's a front, of where we might see additional Russian aggression beyond Ukraine that would threaten the alliance. And so that's the Baltic countries, obviously Poland, Finland, Sweden, Romania. And so I think that the United States should be working very hard to understand what those concerns are. And then the next question, you did make the point that I was a commissioner on the Strategic Posture Commission. I just want to really commend that report to you all because it was very significant in the United States. It's a bipartisan consensus commission, 6 Republicans, 6 Democrats appointed to it. We are a very different, normally we debate and argue over many years about how best to maintain the peace, satisfy our non-proliferation goals and aims, make sure we have credible deterrence, et cetera. And for the 12 of us over a year's time, had many, many briefings from the IC, from the regional commands, and various members of the military, and then also heard from our allies as well. And we came up with a consensus with no dissent at all. And we concluded that for the first time in world history, we have a superpower, the United States, that has deterred not just one major nuclear power with imperialistic aims, but 2. We've never done this before. We have the Chinese and the Russians, and the Chinese are rapidly building up their nuclear capabilities. Both the Russians and the Chinese are increasingly relying on their nuclear weapons as part of their defense strategies. The United States, since the Cold War, with our allies, have sought to rely less on nuclear weapons. We went from 7,000 deployed theater nuclear weapons at the height of the Cold War to, a few hundred. I'm not talking about specific numbers, but the public numbers are something that the Russians outnumbered what NATO has 10 to 1 in theater. The reason the Russians have been so confident in their ability to continue to prosecute this horrible war against Ukraine is because it's under the threat of nuclear coercion. And we have to be honest about that. I completely reject this idea of self-deterrence. The Russians are deterring us. And the only way, now you might say it's unfounded, and I would agree. I would think the United States with our allies should have been much bolder in enabling Ukraine to be successful earlier on in the war. I think we're in a worse position now than we were at the beginning of the war. But one of the lessons that we must learn, because it's a lesson the Russians have learned, is that they were able to coerce us with nuclear weapons. And the Chinese are going to learn that lesson too. And so I guess I would just make just a couple last points. So yeah, the United States has the ability to adapt our force, and I think that the most likely point at which we're going to have deterrence failure, so I mean significant, so there was a deterrence failure when Russia invaded Ukraine, but small d deterrence because Ukraine was not a member of the alliance, but we certainly tried to convince the Russians not to do it, and they did. That's a deterrence failure. But there has not been strategic deterrence failure. There has not been horizontal escalation on the part of the Russians such that it would reach an act of war, although we can talk about some of the other things that the Russians have been doing to our allies that certainly are getting pretty close, I would argue. But they have not, and they have not vertically escalated such that they've crossed the nuclear threshold. And so I think we're in an era now where we need to adapt the deterrent, and that means the most likely place of deterrence failure is going to be in theater. And so the United States, the first Trump administration, recognized this and put forward the sea-launched cruise missile, nuclear, and the low-yield nuclear option for the submarine that goes on our submarine. And that went to sea about a year after he initiated it. And so clearly the Trump administration understands that, and I think that the threat environment's worse now than it was during his first term. So, we're going to have the new gravity bomb for the dual-capable aircraft. It's going to be an F-35. I think the United States should be looking to have what I would call a theater triad, a sea-based option, the sea-launched cruise missile with the nuclear option, the gravity bomb. I'd like a standoff capability, and I think we should begin as an alliance talking about a ground-based system. And so that's the hope that I have, and we can talk about, I think the French play a critical role, but I would argue that the French are not anywhere near, even if we were to think it might be possible for France to replace the United States for extended deterrence in Europe, we are nowhere near in the right place on the timeline to make the changes necessary. We need flexible response. The United States is the only country that can provide that, and especially with our nuclear doctrine, and so it's still, the United States is still going to remain unreplaceable. But there's other things I think allies can do, including Poland, to participate more in the alliance's nuclear mission.
We can also come back to that later, and that all sounds very encouraging, and especially the capabilities the United States bring to the table seem to be unparalleled. But going now to Fabian, you still need to at least look at the option in which the United States may not be there. And at this point, I think we're still struggling with something of a crisis of confidence with regards to the US resolve rather than crisis of capabilities, because the forward deployed weapons are there, the DCAs are there, the NATO posture continues. But assuming that we would need to go on our own as the Europeans, what are the options when regards to both the hardware and the doctrine or the functions? We know what's the starting point. The French nuclear capabilities, let's also count in the British nuclear capabilities. So what we can reasonably expect them to do, what kind of possible changes or augmentations would be needed. I would also refer to the article that you co-wrote with Mark Bell on the European nuclear trilemma, that maybe as Europeans we would need to choose between strengthening deterrence, strengthening strategic stability, and revisiting maybe non-proliferation, a very controversial idea. So up to you. Now, what do we do with that?
Yeah, first of all, thank you so much for having me. It's a great privilege. Yeah, it's a tricky time. I would say, let me start with this. I don't think that the French and the British nuclear deterrents at the moment are fit for purpose when it comes to an extended deterrence mission in Europe. The reason for that is very simple, right? If we go back in time, we think about why these nuclear deterrents were developed and how they were evolved. It was with one key primary purpose in mind, and that was to defend the sovereignty and the territorial integrity of France and the United Kingdom. Now, you compare that to the United States, and of course, right, the primary purpose the same, but at least from the 1960s onwards, the Americans took very conscious choices to evolve their deterrent, not only for that primary purpose, but with the key objective of extended deterrence, especially in Europe, but of course also beyond, with that key objective in mind. And that yields a number of key differences. And I think, right, when it comes to the Eastern European allies, the most important one probably is that the Americans at present, and historically at times better than at others, but I would still say by and large, they can promise their NATO allies to fight a nuclear war at every level, but also not only to fight it, but potentially also to win it. Of course, we can debate, right, whether winning a nuclear war at all is feasible, what is the meaning of that in the concept of strategic nuclear exchange, but the key idea has been there. And the key idea has played a key role in reassuring allies and complicating planning, first in the Soviet Union and now in Russia. Right? And then now the key issue is, right, that with France and the United Kingdom, I think at best what they can offer at present to their allies is that they would retaliate on their behalf, right? And coming in from a German perspective, I think that's not the worst, right? For Germany, an existential threat to Berlin probably also constitutes an existential threat to France. If not immediately, that somewhat later, right? Not too much in a distant future. So I see how strategic nuclear escalation can be somewhat credible in this German-French context. But of course, it represents a huge issue when you extend the geographical distance, if you try to extend the deterrent not only over Germany, but over the Eastern European allies. And then the question of whether a French president would trade Paris for Tallinn or Vilnius or Warsaw, of course, looms very, very large. So then, yeah, what has to happen? And I think, right, if France and the UK have the ambition of extending their nuclear deterrence in a credible manner over Europe, then adaptations need to follow. And looking at the state of the British nuclear enterprise, I think it's really only feasible for France to do that in the short term, meaning over the next couple of years. So of course we can argue about what exactly that would look like. In my view, I think this would probably entail lowering the nuclear threshold, or the threshold for nuclear use for France, probably entails building up options at a non-strategic nuclear level. It could entail forward deploying nuclear weapons. I would say though that forward deployed French nuclear weapons and capabilities in Germany, they're not going to change anything. I think if France is going to choose to forward deploy nuclear weapons, it has to follow the Cold War model, right? So in the Cold War, we forward deploy nuclear weapons to the frontline states, the Netherlands, Germany, West Germany, Italy, Belgium and Turkey. So probably forward deployed nuclear weapons now would have to be located in Poland, Lithuania, Estonia and other frontline states, right? And I think, right, that's difficult. And that's a political choice, first of all, to make for France. This is something where we as the allies, we can push for that. But in the end, that is something for France to decide by itself. They have to make the political decision, then we can see how we can operationalize it. And lastly, right, and I think this is really important because this is something, and this goes to the last point, Lukáš, that will loom large in the heads of French decision makers. Obviously, moving towards a nuclear posture where the threshold for nuclear use is lowered, where you put greater emphasis on non-strategic nuclear options, or an emphasis at all, right? France currently doesn't do that. That obviously risks lowering strategic stability between France and Russia. So in that sense, right, there's an important trade-off. And my last point, though, is, I think that's also really, really important to keep in mind, there's a big difference, and that's also what I always tell decision makers, and try to always emphasize at conferences, right? There's a difference between strategic stability, deterrence, and political stability. And if Russia believes, and I do believe that's the case, if they think that due to their huge advantage, especially at a non-strategic nuclear level, they can derive coercive leverage both before and during war, then we have to do something about that. And if we can negate that coercive leverage by building up our own non-strategic nuclear options, even if that entails lowering strategic stability, it will ultimately serve to reinforce deterrence and hence political stability. So that is a worthwhile thing to do. Thanks.
Thanks. Now going to Arthur, Poland has been very much, I think, attached and supportive of this transatlantic approach to nuclear deterrence with NATO and US capabilities inside at the very center. We suggested participation in nuclear sharing. President Duda called the United States for deployment of nuclear weapons on the Polish soil. But of course, the consequences of the recent events are also felt in Warsaw. We are interested in a nuclear dialogue with Russia. Nuclear dialogue with France. We're not interested in nuclear dialogue with Russia. But we also, and there are also discussions and some calls for Poland to develop even its own nuclear capability. So what's your take on how do we make nuclear deterrence credible, and whether kind of Europe-led solutions could be appropriate for Poland?
Thanks, Łukasz. Lots of things to unpack here, and I'm very happy to be in this panel. So, starting with the basics, extended nuclear deterrence is basically about our allies conveying to us that they may risk a nuclear war to protect us from Russia. So, this perspective, such a perspective, is never certain. So, I would say that the more assurances we have, the more risks the Russians face when considering nuclear use, the better for deterrence, the better for our security. Now, another obvious thing, US nuclear deterrence remains key for us, remains key for NATO. Actually, we should be talking about things that Rebecca mentioned, like deploying additional, more capable US nuclear systems in Europe. I would add we should be also talking about Europeans sharing more of the burden of nuclear deterrence by broadening participation in nuclear sharing, by which I mean more countries in Europe, at the very least providing aircraft capable of carrying US nuclear weapons, but ideally also more European countries hosting US nuclear weapons, including countries like Poland here on the eastern flank. Now, actually, however, it is difficult in the current situation not to be concerned about US reliability in NATO due to the new administration's stated goals of normalizing relations with Russia or resetting relations with Russia and deprioritizing Europe, right? So I think this strengthens the case also for Europeans to do more on their own on nuclear deterrence to supplement, and I underscore, to better supplement the US deterrent. And dialogue with France, I think, is very much welcome in that regard. And I underscore supplement, because first of all, as Benjamin noted, if you look at the documents, official statements from both the French and Polish side, we are still talking about enhancing the European pillar of NATO, not replacing the US. And at this point, I don't think we should be talking about replacing the US, and we cannot replace the US in nuclear deterrence and many other things. I mean, as was already said by Fabian and others, now and in the foreseeable future, the French and British nuclear arsenals are not and will be not as militarily effective in protecting allies as much bigger US force, and we can get back to specifics in the Q&A. Now, but if you hypothetically were to talk about the US abandonment of Europe, which I don't think is likely, but, well, it's not unimaginable anymore, if it does happen, there would be no easy or certain options for Europeans as regards nuclear deterrence. The most readily available one would indeed be to enhance the French and British nuclear deterrence, and perhaps they could be made credible enough, perhaps. But this would require some really heavy lifting from both countries, because it's one thing to try to supplement the United States and its nuclear deterrent. It's quite another thing to try to replace it. So the steps that Benjamin noted as possible in the short term to do with France, right? So participation of allied conventional forces in support in French nuclear exercises, or French nuclear-capable aircraft showing up more frequently on Polish skies or other allied territories. These would be important steps, but modest ones. If you were to try to replace the US, then you would have, then the French and the Brits, in my opinion, would have to do things that Fabian mentioned. So expand their nuclear forces, deploy some of them on allied territories. In case of France, I fail to see how France could play a leading role in nuclear deterrence in Europe without unambiguously stating it may use nuclear weapons to defend allies, which the US and the UK have long stated. Although I might add that in the case, if you compare France and the UK in terms of military capabilities, France would have more options even now to try to defend allies or to respond to a nuclear attack on an ally, right? Because both countries operate those sea-launched ballistic missiles, which are mostly weapons of last resort, of massive retaliation. France also has the air leg with air-launched cruise missiles, which in my view would be more suitable for some kind of limited response to a limited Russian attack. And absolutely the last thing, as regards nuclear proliferation. So I would say that Poland or other non-nuclear states in Europe pursuing nuclear weapons is neither imminent nor likely at the moment, but it could happen if we get desperate. So on one hand, again, we can discuss this in detail. It would be very difficult, costly, risky, uncertain, and time-consuming to try to develop nuclear weapons. We don't have the ability to do that quickly. But hey, if you are talking about a scenario in which, theoretically, the US abandons Europe, the French and the British do not provide a viable alternative, then some countries, including Poland, might feel forced to simply get nuclear weapons or try to get them. Thank you.
Rebecca, I know you want to react to a couple of things, but it seems that nobody is rushing to want to replace the US role, and you actually had, I think, everybody else in the panel saying that they would still expect the US to be in the center. But what can you do in more details of how can the US make sure that the level of confidence in the US capabilities would be at least the same, if not higher?
So first of all, we're only a few months into this administration. So we're a few months into the new American administration. They don't even have everybody in place yet who are going to be talking about these things. And so I fully appreciate that there's some impatience with the allies right now to get some more clarity on this. So, and it will come. But just a few things that I think are important to keep in mind that we know already. One, President Trump has reiterated his commitment to NATO very clearly already, and commitment to Article 5. And then, something that General Keith Kellogg reminds me all the time and reminds the allies, and I hear him all too, remember Article 3. So this is not new. The United States is urging allies to do more for their own defense and protection, but that's right there in Article 3, that every country is responsible for that, and so and for self-help, and so I think that that's consistent, even though we're hearing it obviously very, very loudly these days, and the allies are moving quickly, I think, to meet that need. Another thing to keep in mind, Secretary of Defense Hegseth, when he sent out his initiative to the various services to look for cost savings in the various parts of the Department of Defense to reallocate it towards President Trump's priorities, he did fence off nuclear modernization because it is a priority and he didn't want anybody to touch it. And so nuclear modernization is a critical priority of this administration. The next point, and you can see that in other subsequent testimonies from those who have been confirmed, including Mike Duffy, who's going to be watching over our acquisitions, and he made it very clear that it's a priority for this administration as well. So I think there's already some good indications that this is important. President Trump does want to have better relations with the Russians, but every American president has. And President Trump, we know from the first term, is very outcome-oriented, so I think we'll see when things don't work, and we're quickly seeing that our approach to the U.S. government's approach to Russia and Ukraine is running into a dead end, and so I think there'll be some changes in approaches there too. And so, I think that the threat from Russia continues to be acute. President Trump wants to make sure that the wars that are raging now end, and that new wars don't start. And certainly, obviously, nuclear war is the worst kind of war that we want to prevent. And so I think there is significant appetite to do necessary things to increase the credibility of extended deterrence. And then we'll see kind of what form that plays. The other thing I'll say that's really important is the Golden Dome. I want to say why the Golden Dome is so important in the context for ally assurance. The South Koreans are a great example of really appreciating U.S. missile defense of our homeland, because it gives them confidence that the United States would risk an attack, a retaliatory attack against the U.S. homeland when we come to the aid of our allies. And so the stronger we are in our homeland, the greater the credibility that we will come to the aid of our allies. That is the logic behind the Strategic Posture Commission's recommendation that we do adapt homeland defense, because we are concerned that both the Russians and the Chinese are building weapons and deploying them such that they may consider a coercive strike, that is a limited strike, doesn't have to be nuclear, against the U.S. homeland in order to sober but not enrage the United States so that we don't come to the aid of our allies. Now, for any Russians that may be listening at home, I would just say I think that would be a grave mistake, that we can look at history and see that when you strike the United States, it doesn't sober but not enrage us, it enrages us. So I think it would be a mistake. However, I don't want them to have to learn that the hard way, and I don't want us to have to go through that. And so we are seeking to increase the credibility of our defense, and so that neither the Russians nor the Chinese could think that they could launch a successful coercive strike against the United States. They'd have to go bigger. And so I think that Golden Dome is good for ally assurance. It's going to be a good thing as we go down this path. So I think there's a lot of good indication that this administration is paying attention to the needs of extended deterrence. And if I may, I know one last point. Very last point. If the Russians and the Chinese both, but I'll stick with Russia again, their theory of victory to replace the United States, to harm the United States in Europe, is to break the NATO alliance. And so their theory of victory is to break the alliance. So our center of gravity is our alliances. So we understand as Americans, we brought up the point here about the way we think about nuclear modernization. We understand that extended deterrence is directly related to the peace and security of Americans at home. And so our strategy is to make sure that conflict that does break out abroad stays the lowest levels of violence, and that we can compel the adversary to back down. So we very much see our security as directly tied to the peace and security and prosperity of Europe.
Okay. I hope that your thinking would also prevail with the Trump administration, and that would also kind of be heard in places like Moscow and Beijing. But here in Europe, we will also need to look at what are the added value, or what is the role of the French and UK nuclear arsenals, also what other European non-nuclear allies can add to the picture of deterring Russia effectively. So Benjamin, you've heard a number of expectations regarding the potential increases in French nuclear capabilities, but you also you also presented a number of restraints on the French side. So I wonder, how do you see the next steps forward for President Macron? What could be also some of the non-nuclear contribution to deterrence, because as we were rightly reminded, nuclear weapons can deter a range of existential threats, but not everything that is coming and threatening us from Russia. So, how do you see the place of France in it? Yeah, it's good. It's on.
Yes, thank you, Lucas, because I think that here you're at the very core of our discussion. The reality of that deterrence discussion in Europe is here. Greater involvement, whatever, of French and UK nuclear forces in a new European deterrence landscape, framework, whatever, would be one element of a system whose other components lies elsewhere. This is not primarily, I would say, a nuclear debate. This is a deterrence debate, which is different. To be effective in most cases, deterrence, I say in most cases, in many cases, not in all cases, deterrence cannot be an all or nothing proposition. On the contrary, it's a matter of determining what deters at each stage of the adversary's action, initiative. In the face of Russia, the first stages of a European reaction would most likely be below the nuclear threshold, whether or not action is taken under Article 5 of the NATO Treaty. Is therefore below this threshold that capacity building efforts must be concentrated and that deterrence in our minds must be thought, must be designed. Let us make no mistake. If the European deterrence has been effective as a new set of mind, new will, a new effort, and no one does know if it has, because I agree with Rebecca, the effectiveness of a deterrence calculus only exists in the eyes of the adversary, only. But if the European deterrent efforts, or willingness, if you wish, has been shifting for some time, what fuels a sense of danger in the Russian perception can only be very recent, tangible, and deep changes, not subtleties of language. And we can list them, at least, some of them. The strengthening of the European military pillar of the alliance over the last 10 years, which is very much documented now. I won't go into the details because we've been talking about on this for 2 days. The rearmament effort recently undertaken by the European Commission. The launch of major multilateral projects to develop deep strike capabilities. The European initiative of long-range strike capabilities embodied in the ELSA launched by France, Germany, Italy, and Poland 1 year ago. It's the beginning, but it is a good example. Germany's historic rearmament, thanks to the constitutional change made possible by the support of the Green Party. Just take this event. This is exactly what Friedrich Merz meant 2 weeks ago at the Bundestag. He said, we want to be able to defend ourselves so that we don't have to defend ourselves. But this was a piece of history. two weeks ago. And let me finish the list, because the list is huge. Poland's rearmament efforts. The army is largest in Europe at the moment. France's gradual entry into a war economy for almost 3 years now. The new military determination of the states on Europe's northern flank. This is new. And the general shift of European center of gravity, let's say, to the northeast of the continent. This is deterrence. I mean, the new signs of a European deterrence are there, but they are only there, but this is absolutely huge. And the rest come as complements.
For me, the basic question is whether, one, we can make it work into a credible package of forces, and second, whether that would be seen as credible enough to the decision makers in the Kremlin not to try and cross the threshold of Article 5. Fabian, you also dealing with missiles and the global missile defense and architecture. So I was wondering, you are looking at the recent initiatives, and there's a lot of talk, but how does it really create something that would complement this nuclear element of deterrence?
Yeah, I mean, it's a big issue. If you look at the war in Ukraine, but actually also what has been going on in the Middle East and most recently in South Asia, it's very clear that modern wars are missile wars, and it's very, very difficult to fight a high-intensity major interstate war in the 21st century without access to large stocks of long-range strike capabilities. Of course, also you need access to missile defense. So now you look at what we've been doing in Europe. By and large, and of course there are exceptions, Europe has invested massively in missile defense. I'm not saying that shouldn't have been done. I think that's a good idea, right? We see in Ukraine every day how incredibly important missile defense is, that you needed to protect your critical infrastructure, that you needed to protect your population centers. At the same time, there is a massive imbalance. And this is a very, very dangerous imbalance when you look how much we invested in missile defense compared to long-range strike weapons. Also, by the way, how much we build up our capacity to build missile defense systems, again, which is good, how much we did not invest at all in building up our capacity to grow our long-range strike arsenals. Now, I believe we may need long-range strike weapons for two reasons, right? We see Russia every day bombing the hell out of Ukraine with cruise missiles, ballistic missiles, long-range drones. One way to counter that is missile defense. But we see also every day in Ukraine, that is not enough. I think what we as Europeans have to do is present Russia with a credible counter-strike capability. So from day one, if they want to start a war with us, from day one, it is entirely clear that if they launch missiles at operational and strategic depth at our targets, they're going to receive the same in return. And right now, let's be clear, we can't do that, right? Even if we take into account countries like Poland, like the Netherlands, like a few others, right, that have made, let's say, outsized investments compared to the rest of Europe into long-range strike, that is absolutely not enough. We need missile systems in the thousands, and we have them in the hundreds, and no way of getting there anyway fast. That's a huge political failure, and the faster we remedy that, the better our deterrence posture becomes. And the other one, that's the second purpose, and looking a bit more into the future, right? And I think this is when it comes to the nuclear substitution. How can we substitute for either a lack of American nuclear weapons in Europe or the credibility thereof, or how can we prop up our European strategic deterrence, let's call it like that. I think there is a case to be made that, you know, some of the non-strategic nuclear posturing that you see in Russia, some of the coercive leverage it derives from its non-strategic nuclear arsenal could arguably be countered with access, again, to deep stocks of long-range strike capabilities, right? Tell Russia, signal to Russia that the moment they start escalating to non-strategic nuclear use, because they believe it provides them benefits, punish them. Punish them by launching hundreds, if not thousands, of long-range strike capabilities against important military targets, critical infrastructure targets, critical economic targets, to immediately make clear that this is absolutely not worth it. Again, we don't have the missile capabilities, the arsenal for that at the moment. That's the one issue. And then for the second purpose, and I think this is the second one, the second big issue, doctrinally, we're not really there in Europe. And I end with that, right? This is a discussion we need to have not only how many missile capabilities do we want, but also what do we want to use them for? Because right now the consensus is, yeah, against military targets and military targets only. But I think we are in a position where that's probably not enough, right? So doctrinally, we have to start talking about different purposes and use cases for our long-range strike arsenals.
I'll bring our audience to the debate in a second, but first to Artur, kind of sitting here in Warsaw, how do you see this optimal mix of capabilities? How does nuclear and conventional come into play? What Poland can bring to the table? And maybe also, how do we deal with what may be the deterrence gap if you're looking at the broad range of Russian non-strategic capabilities and with or without the United States, kind of limited options on our side?
Yeah, I mean, so Poland is spending almost 5% of GDP on defense this year. We can bring a lot, but of course we need allies too. I agree completely with Fabian that we need, in Europe in general, more deep strike capabilities. I think the biggest gap is in medium-range missiles, so missiles with ranges between 1,000 and 3,000 kilometers. We have very few of them in Europe. We need them for both, war fighting if Russia attacks us, to counter, to strike military targets in Russia. And I agree that in some cases those missiles could be used to punish the Russians. Maybe even in some cases of a limited nuclear attack, if the attack on the Russian side is limited, and if we Poles, Europeans, if we have lots of these long-range conventional missiles, we could cause a lot of damage, maybe. In that situation, it might stand. But at the end of the day, you are facing a nuclear power. At the end of the day, they can escalate to nuclear weapons. So you need an ally with nuclear weapons or nuclear weapons of your own. Now, very broadly, when it comes to conventional nuclear balance, in every single scenario that we are discussing here, so either, US staying firmly in NATO, some concerns about US reliability, or, NATO without the US, so France and Brits trying to take over. In every single of these scenarios, you need nuclear deterrence, but again, you also need conventional defense, because nukes cannot be an answer to everything. We don't want to get back to the dilemmas that NATO faced during the Cold War, when it relied on the first use of nuclear weapons to counter Soviet superiority, a numerical advantage in conventional forces. Because in such a situation, you are taking the risk of starting nuclear escalation. So as for nuclear, and this requires not just Poland, not just the frontline states spending more on conventional forces to defend the border, but also the whole Europe. We have new plans in NATO, but there is a lot of work to do to have the necessary units to fulfill those plans. And as regards nuclear options, maybe we'll get back to that in the Q&A.
Thank you very much. Let me now open it up to the audience. Mics should be around. I see the first question in the second row.
Marcin Terlikowski, PISM. Thank you all for an absolutely thought-provoking and excellent panel. I would have a simple question to Rebecca, if I may. You mentioned this new, let's say, idea of the in-theater triad, which requires a ground-based option for a standoff strike, which I understand would be, let's say, both conventional and nuclear. Do you see, and that would be as simple question as it can go, do you see the option of the US to forward deploy such assets to the frontline states like Poland?
Thank you. Let's bring together two more further away.
Jakub Graca, the Institute of New Europe. I have a question primarily to Rebecca and Fabian, because you both raised, in the last days, you both raised on Twitter the project of the Golden Dome in the USA. President Trump, I personally think this is a fantastic project, but the question is how long will it take for the United States to create this project? President Trump envisages it will happen within 3 years and it will cost $175 billion. but experts are speaking about multiple, much more, even $1 or $2 billion and 15 until 20 years. So what is your opinion in terms of how long will it take? Will the United States be persevere enough to get this project to the finish line?
Thank you. And the last one, Patrick.
Patrick Kugiel, PISM. Just 2 weeks ago, we got relatively close to the nuclear conflict when two nuclear powers exchanged fire for 3 days across the border between India and Pakistan. And India now says that this is new normal, in which nuclear umbrella will not deter India from hitting Pakistan harder if and when new need arises. Does it mean that nuclear deterrence does not work? And what lessons, I'm wondering, what lessons can you draw from this case for the European context, for Europe, for our relations with Russia? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let me start with Rebecca and Fabian, but then I'll give also others the opportunity to respond.
I'll be as brief as possible so others can talk. So I want to be very clear that the reason that I have this idea of the theater triad is because of my assessment that the Russians are going to increasingly rely on nuclear coercion. So we have a time problem. We need to move fast in order to convince the Russians that they will not succeed in successfully threatening and coercing the United States and the alliance if it has other ideas about aggression beyond Ukraine. Okay, so I want to make that very clear. So, because my view is things are not stable now, and we need to increase stability, and we increase stability by making adjustments. So this is not a provocative move. It's in response to something that I believe is unsustainable, which is the Russians' increasing reliance on nuclear coercion and investing more in their ability to do that. Because President Trump rightfully withdrew from the INF Treaty,
If we can wrap up in 2 minutes.
Because President Trump rightfully withdrew from the INF Treaty, President Biden made the announcement at the last NATO summit that Germany will be receiving long-range strike, purely conventional ground launch systems. That's a great decision, and I think we can now look and consider and begin discussing as an alliance potential nuclear options. I'll just leave it at that. Real quick on Iron Dome. Or Golden Dome. If you look at the bottom of the executive order that President Trump initiated, he specifically lays out that he wants the department to look at the most critical things that need to be defended first. So you can sequence this. So for those who don't like the idea because they think it's going to be too expensive or technologically infeasible, I'd say you don't even know the plan yet. Look what we have to defend and begin moving out. We do have the technical ability to defend against drone swarms against our bases if we decide to deploy them, cruise missile defenses, ballistic missile defenses. My argument would be, let's take care of the coercive threat and make sure we can defend against that first. And I can talk about the different technological capabilities we have for those more sophisticated space-based. But I'm confident that the president can deliver something in the near term that would greatly increase the credibility of our defenses.
Thank you.
Against
Fabian?
peers.
Yeah, also really quickly to give the other panelists as much time as possible. You know, in a press conference in the White House, it was announced that within 3 years you have something that is near 100% protecting the United States against all types of missile threats. That's of course laughable. I think we can agree on that. My biggest issue actually with Golden Dome, how it is conceived right now, is that the United States desperately needs, right, missile defenses for long-range drones, cruise missiles, short-range ballistic missiles, medium-range ballistic missiles along the coast, along critical targets. I think if the United States can focus on that, pour the money and investments and the technology into that, then I think it's feasible for them to deploy something very serious relatively soon. I just say for the moment, or potentially at all, leave the whole space-based stuff just out. Pakistan, India. I think the number one lesson is that, yeah, nuclear weapon states, they can fight even a war that includes major missile strikes against targets at strategic depth without escalating to the nuclear level. I think for us in Europe, that means that we probably should be prepared for that, right? Just because we start fighting with Russia, just because we start launching missiles at each other, doesn't necessarily mean that it's going to escalate to the nuclear level, which means we have to be prepared also to fight a protracted conventional war with Russia, including with all types of capabilities.
Thank you. Arthur.
Okay, so I will just get back maybe to some 2 points from earlier discussion. So first of all, nuclear options. If France and UK were to invest in some things, the things that we talked about in the American context, the context of nuclear sharing, so systems which could be used relatively selectively to respond to a limited Russian nuclear attack. Again, as I said, France has some. Numbers aren't high. I think the numbers themselves are not the issue, but how long, the issue is how long these nuclear-capable aircraft and the missiles could survive in a protracted war with Russia. So more systems could make this capability more difficult to destroy by the Russians, more survivable. So this is where I would focus as regards nuclear forces. And getting back to the US commitment, I think if I were to choose, and regardless whether you have concerns about US reliability or not, like the one single, I think, most important capability that is in Europe deployed by the US. There are many very important capabilities, but the most important one is the presence of combat US conventional forces on the eastern flank. I think that whatever is the situation, their very presence creates unique escalation risks for the Russians. And as the Trump administration makes its decisions on the future of force posture, I think this one will be critical, because if there is a withdrawal of major forces from the eastern flank, this could have really disastrous, I think, consequences for deterrence. So let's watch that space very carefully.
Benjamin?
Very quickly, just one point on Golden Dome, because I agree with you, Rebecca, that Golden Dome as a project should or could reassure Europeans who think that the new administration could abandon them. I believe it is Article 4 of the January executive order that deals at length with the need to cover allies. And this contradicted at the same time the worst European fears at the time, but this element has been very little commented on in Europe. Still, I think the technicalities of the project needs to be at least checked or covered in the future. Okay, thanks.
That's been an absolutely fascinating discussion. Please join me in thanking our panelists.
Thank you very much for this interesting conversation. Łukasz, please take a moment to talk with us about some topics discussed during the panel. Łukasz, so did you find the answer to the question from the title of this panel, namely transatlantic or autonomous? Which arguments convinced you the most?
Actually, it seems that everybody was in agreement that it is transatlantic. And of course, there are interesting pieces out there arguing for autonomous and alternative options. But at the end of the day, the winning combination would be the combination of continued US presence and US engagement, including in the nuclear domain, and the role that is played by France and UK. Also, the missions that can be done by the non-nuclear weapon states, such as Poland.
The changes in nuclear capabilities take years, if not decades. Is there anything we can do in the short term?
Actually, there is a couple of things in terms of augmenting NATO nuclear posture. So, for example, increasing the number of aircraft that can be certified for the nuclear mission and the number of pilots that can be certified for nuclear mission. That can be done pretty quickly. In terms of the French engagement, participation in French nuclear exercises, also some of the more in-depth discussions on the role that the French nuclear capabilities can play in crisis, but also I would say initiating the discussion or making decisions on some of the capabilities that we'll need in the future. Rebecca mentioned a couple of them, but we also, if we want to augment the European nuclear capabilities, if we want to have results in 5, 10, 15 years, we need to make the decision now.
And this is a great conclusion, Łukasz. Thank you so much for being with us today.
Thank you very much. It's been a pleasure to moderate this session.
Thank you.
Thank you. So, ladies and gentlemen, this was our last panel, and I would like to thank you for joining us over the past 2 days. Let us continue to navigate these uncharted waters with courage, with clarity, and with collaboration. safe travels, and we look forward to seeing you next time.
To formally conclude this year's Strategic Ark, I invite back to the stage the director of the Polish Institute of International Affairs, Jarosław Ciek-Karpowicz, for his closing remarks.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is the end of our great journey. Over the past 2 days, we have traveled together through complex discussions, shifting alliances, global financial stability challenged by emerging powers, new theaters of geopolitical competition, the state of democracy and human rights, nuclear deterrence, and many others. We have not shied away from difficult topics and uncertainty. Instead, we embraced it as an opportunity to listen more carefully, think more critically, and collaborate more openly. The theme of this conference, Navigating Uncharted Waters, could not be more fitting. We find ourselves in a moment where the streams of international relations are changing rapidly. Old maps do not work anymore, and familiar tracks no longer guarantee safe passage. But if this conference has proven anything, it is that we are not adrift. Our compass is strong, and together we are charting new courses with resilience and creativity, guided by principles of peace, freedom, tolerance, and mutual understanding. The challenges we face are not just transatlantic, they are truly global. But it is precisely the solidarity of our transatlantic ties that can and should serve as a stabilizing force and bridge. I'm convinced that if you want to offer to the rest of the world peace and prosperity, we have to reflect deeper on what unifies us and what is our common heritage. Our discussions have also rightfully highlighted the evolving role of Poland and Central East European neighbors within the transatlantic community. This region, long shaped by history's sharpest turns, now stands at the forefront of defending and defining the values we hold common: tolerance, freedom, sovereignty, and democratic integrity. As a member of NATO and EU, Poland wants to play a crucial role in strengthening both the Europe and relations with the United States. It is clear that all strategic challenges which we discussed yesterday and today are complex. But complexity must not be a deterrent to action. Rather, it is a call to reinforce our alliances, deepen our trust, and invest in our collective future. Our job as think tankers and policy advisors is to formulate clear recommendations that could be easily adopted by decision makers and explained to the public. I hope that after these 2 days of intensive debate, you will be positively motivated to work in this direction. And please remember that the Polish Institute of Financial Affairs is the right place to debate all these issues, but also to be a good partner in your analytical daily work. Before we disperse, allow me to extend my sincere gratitude to all our speakers, moderators for your engagement, contribution, sharing with us your perspectives. But also I would like to thank the entire PISM team for once again helping to put this tremendous event together for the 4th time. And also my predecessor, Sławomir Dębski, to make this event happen. Please let me just mention a few names among many people who contributed to this event. First of all, Andrzej Dąbrowski, for all, yes. for his time, energy, and a very good motivation. Our two hosts, Amanda Dziubińska and Tomasz Zając. Marcin Telikowski, Justyna Szturlik, and all PISM researchers and analysts who support us analytically. Yeah. And last but not least, Agnieszka Lafita-Kopeć and the entire public relations office team for making this event visible. So thank you once again for participating in this event, for joining us on YouTube. And I just in this moment would like to invite you for the next 5th edition in May next year, Strategic Ark 2026. Thank you.